Begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good evening once again and welcome. We have interpretation services available this evening in Spanish. Will the Spanish interpreter please introduce himself in Espanol? Gracias. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast live by Boston City TV on YouTube, as well as on Comcast Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, FiOS Channel 1962, and this broadcast will be rebroadcast at a later date. If you'd like to speak this evening, but even not, but you have not yet signed up, please see our staff person, Ms. Lena Parvex, out in the hallway. Sign up for both public comment periods will close at 6:30 p.m. this evening. Now, a quick word about our unusual setup tonight. Some of you may have noticed that our usual testimonial table is set up off to the side. We had a mishap with one of our cameras earlier this week that typically would film public testimony from just behind us. And that camera is undergoing repairs currently, and so we've repositioned our tables for the presentation tonight so that the audience on TV, as well as here in the chambers, and the committee can hear and view our public testifiers, as well as the presenters during the report part of our meeting this evening as well. So I'll ask tonight's presenters, as well as the speakers, to for public comment, to please face the committee to the extent possible. And thank you all for bearing with us. We'll look forward to returning to our normal layout at the next meeting. I also want to take a moment to welcome back our fellow member, Ms. Jerry Robinson, who's been recuperating from a medical procedure just before the Christmas holiday. She was sworn in earlier today to her new term by the clerk at City Hall, and we are glad to get you back and get back to full strength, I might add, as well. So welcome. We're very glad to have you. Do you want to say anything just to...
Happy to be back.
Well,
Got to watch you all on all the meetings, so you know what's going on.
you kept the text to a minimum, asking questions, which you know I dearly appreciate. But nevertheless, it's great to have you back, and great to have your perspective and expertise back in the mix. Welcome. We'll begin now with the approval of minutes from the February 6, 2019 meeting. If the minutes are approved as presented, hard copies will be made available immediately in the hallway with the other handouts. If changes are made, you can access those minutes tomorrow on the BPS website. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the February 6, 2019 meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the minutes by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Move on now to the interim superintendent's report. I present to you our interim superintendent, Ms. Laura Perrell.
Thank you, Chair LeCanto. Good evening, everyone. I hope those who were able to enjoy some time off last week are feeling rested and relaxed. We do have some more winter weather ahead of us. The weather forecast does call for snow to begin falling later this evening, accumulating overnight with some lingering snow showers in the morning. We're told it's going to be a light, fluffy, and dry snow. So here's hoping that that is the case. But the City of Boston Public Works Department and BPS facilities will be working hard tonight and early tomorrow morning to make sure roads, parking lots, and sidewalks are clear and accessible. Unlike previous weather systems, this will be all snow and hopefully a little bit easier to manage. And so all Boston Public Schools will be open tomorrow, Thursday, February 28th. But for any winter weather tips and resources, please do visit boston.gov/winter. Before I get into a few district highlights, I'd like to provide a brief update on our fiscal year 2020 budgeting process. As we sit at the end of February, we are right in the middle of our budget process with schools. We continue to do our work with individual schools and problem solve with school communities going through enrollment shifts. In fact, even this week, we are distributing additional soft landings based on discussions with school communities, the academic superintendents who support them, and our finance team. You've heard me say this before, but for anyone who has concerns about budget changes at a specific school, I encourage you to please reach out to our CFO, Eleanor Lawrence. Our budget and finance team has been setting up meetings, going out to individual schools, working with school site councils and school leaders. We will continue that through March as well. Excuse me. We're also holding 2 additional budget hearings in the coming weeks. Next Thursday, March 7th, at 6 p.m. at the Josiah Quincy Elementary School, 885 Washington Street in Chinatown, and another hearing at Bowling in this room on Wednesday, March 20th at 5:30 p.m. I also encourage community members to visit bostonpublicschools.org/budget to peruse our new online budget tool, receive answers to frequently asked questions, and find other helpful budget resources. To move into some highlights from around the district, on February 11th, we kicked off the Boston Public Schools' first ever 24/7 Respect Week at a launch event at Boston Latin Academy. 24/7 Respect Week is an in-school campaign to promote social responsibility, respect, and safe behavior in person, online, and through social media. During the week, all BPS students in grades 6 to 12 watched a video called Stay Out of the Box, which was co-produced by students in the from the Boston Student Advisory Council, together with the BPS Office of Equity. Students then participated in classroom discussions to better understand how bias-based conduct can be harmful to others. The goal is to educate students on inappropriate behavior such as cyberbullying, use of racist or threatening messages, or sending sexually explicit images. 24/7 Respect Week also included educational guides for teachers and the launch of a new webpage with tips for students and families on how to stay safe on social media. You can find this information at bostonpublicschools.org/internet safety. I'm so grateful to Assistant Superintendent Becky Schuster and the BPS Office of Equity for consistently teaching our students and all of us the importance of respectful communication. And thank you to BSAC for once again taking a leadership position for their peers and continuing to communicate student rights and responsibilities. On Wednesday, February 13th, the Josiah Quincy Elementary School hosted their spectacular annual Lunar New Year celebration at their school in Chinatown. This year's Year of the Pig celebration featured performances ranging from string ensembles to dance, song, gymnastics, chants, and martial arts. The school also received a new lion's head from the Josiah Quincy School Association for the ceremonial lion dance. I was honored to join Principal Cynthia Suhu to awaken the lion with paint for its first performance. This year, we also honored Dr. Susan Chen, a Quincy school teacher who's coordinated this event for many years and is retiring this spring. Thank you to Ms. Chen, Principal Suhu, Mayor Walsh, Councilors Wu, Flynn, and Asabi George, and the entire Josiah Quincy school community for hosting such a vibrant, festive tradition for our community. I also wanted to share a unique and thoughtful Valentine's Day celebration observed in the district this year. To show love and support for students experiencing homelessness and food insecurity, the Edison K-8 in Brighton held a celebration of champions on February 14th. During the event, students received free New Balance sweatpants, sweatshirts, socks, and sneakers, all thanks to a $10,000 donation by Boston Red Sox second baseman Dustin Pedroia. Around 50 students from age 5 to 13 received the gift bags. While still maintaining the surprise, the Edison staff spent the weeks prior determining the students' clothing and shoe sizes to ensure that the presents felt tailor-made for the students. The mission statement of the Edison School is "Everyone belongs, everyone achieves," and this celebration certainly demonstrates the Edison's values. Earlier, in terms of upcoming events, earlier I mentioned the leadership of our BSAC youth leaders, and tomorrow evening they will actually guide a discussion about the state education funding inequity and the proposed Education Promise Act. I'll join the bill's lead sponsor, Senator Sonia Chang Diaz, Councilor Kim Janey, City of Boston Budget Director Justin Starrett, and the Massachusetts Education Justice Alliance Executive Director Charlotte Kelly, among others, to discuss the proposed legislation with the youth of our city. And we are all excited to be put through our paces and join the dialogue together about responding to the current Massachusetts education funding formula, which is not currently accounting for many of the unique costs that districts like ours face, particularly when it comes to meeting the needs of our English learners and special education students. And what I'll note is that the Education Promise Act meets the needs not just of Boston, but a number of other urban districts. So we are also working with other districts, mayors, school committees, and superintendents. Students and their families are invited to attend to gather information and ask questions. And I encourage all BPS community members to get involved and join us in advocating for this much-needed change in legislation, which will help us in achieving our overarching goal of closing achievement and opportunity gaps for more of our students. And with that, that is the report.
Well, thank you very much, Interim Superintendent Perrill. I'll open it up now to members for questions and discussion. Dr. Coleman, please.
I do. Just briefly, I'd like to thank you and Vice Chair Alexander Davila for the wonderful way that you managed the presentation on Tuesday at the Boston Foundation with the new report on an uneven path of improvement. I thought that you represented the district very well, and I think some of the characterizations of the district are a little inaccurate in terms of their portraying weaknesses that I think are not necessarily as weak as we look. They didn't use state comparison, et cetera. I thought that your clarity on our focus on build PBS, focus on teaching and learning, and the need to move forward rapidly and urgently for our children was a wonderful representation. I want to thank you both for that time.
Well, thank you, Dr. Coleman, and we'd definitely echo your comments as well. I appreciate your work earlier this week. Are there any other further comments or questions from the committee? Well, hearing none, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the interim superintendent's report as presented. Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the interim superintendent's report by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the motion is approved. I should apologize, by the way. I'm going to be nasal all night here, so pardon me if I'm sometimes indecipherable. Just give me an elbow or something. We will move on now to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Lecanto. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak, and I'll remind you when you have 1 minute remaining and then 30 seconds. Those who require interpretation services will receive an additional 2 minutes. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Large groups addressing the same topic are encouraged to consolidate their remarks or choose a spokesperson to provide testimony. Written testimony is appreciated and encouraged. Please state your name and affiliation before you begin. TV cameras will only record speakers who face the committee. We have 13 speakers this evening, and we'll begin with Boston City Councilor Lydia Edwards, and she'll be followed by Juliet Piles, David Nave, and Carolyn Kane.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. As Councilor Edwards approaches the table, please. I just want to remind folks that we'll be presenting tonight to address your comments to the committee. I also just want to make folks aware that there is a group here this evening. We have a practice as a school committee to announce any groups that are recording. any part of the meeting this evening. And 617 Media Group is here this evening. This is the camera to the left recording on behalf of the Boston Teachers Union. We will also have later this evening, I believe they're coming a little bit after 7 o'clock, a film crew that has been doing a documentary on the inner workings of City Hall, and they're apparently taking their filming on the road and are coming to film the meeting here tonight. Councilor Edwards, welcome, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you, and thank you to the members of the committee. I just wanted to, this is a follow-up actually to a letter that I have sent previously today to you to talk on a couple things. In the letter, I further break down some questions and some data that I'm searching for. But I'm here tonight to express several concerns regarding school transportation. And I've, again, left you a detailed list of questions. I understand, without a doubt, school transportation is complex and fraught with behind-the-scene work of a lot of BPS folks who are doing everything they can to move the tens of thousands of students to school in a timely way. I'm fully grateful and aware of that hard work. As a city, we have to make sure every child has the ability to get to and from school. And so I've noticed with some of my constituents that are vulnerable students with IEPs, there's a certain time limits that they must have on the bus. And we're finding in certain cases that some of my IEP students are spending extensive amount of times on the bus longer than their IEPs. And we also have constituents where literally they're missing a bus means they're going to miss breakfast, and they're missing also hours in school. And so I wanted to highlight some of those issues to make sure that we're very clear about equity in transportation. It is, in many cases, missing food as well, not just classroom time. But since we're talking about equity, the other issue that I'm finding is that it's not a matter of just being able to get to making sure that we have equal resources. It's also equal access physically. My district is one of the hardest to access in one of the exam schools. My district is District 1, East Boston, Charlestown, and the North End. It's been documented as a difficult district to move in and out of. We have to, at a minimum, take 2 buses sometimes to get to the T to take more buses if you're leaving from East Boston. So we want to have a conversation about how we make sure that there's true equity in being able to get to those exam schools especially. What we're finding is some schools do have MBTA buses and other resources provided for them due to transportation issues, and we want to make sure that that analysis that was put in and allows for them to get those MBTA buses my community also has access to. I want to also look at ways in which we can talk about in general, the commutes that kids are spending in times on the buses to get just across the city. And finally, I do think there's certain resources that we need to look at in terms of mitigation, because my district especially is clogged with transportation congestion, and how we can bring developers to the table who are adding to that to either provide for additional bus services, to help pay for, to help monitoring bus services, to do something to help alleviate the ability for our parents and for our kids to get to school. They're at the table anyway, making money and developing and building and adding to the congestion. I think they should be helping to alleviate at least this transportation concern. So those are my comments tonight. I have several questions that back them up, and in terms of figuring out how we can analyze and what's been done so far in transportation. I've sent that again in a previous letter. Thank you for your time, and thank you for allowing me to speak first.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Juliet Piles. She'll be followed by David Nave, Carolyn Kane, and Dr. Gary Bailey. Ms. Piles with us? Is Mr. Nave with us? Carolyn Kane? Come on up.
Good evening, Ms. Kane.
Good evening, Chairman Lecanto, Superintendent Perrell, and members of the school committee. My name is Carolyn Kane, and I am the chair of Boston SPEDPAC. I'm here tonight to speak about the Manning School in Jamaica Plain and to request that it be allowed to expand to grade 6 in the 2019-2020 school year. I understand that that's not currently the plan under Bill BPS, but I think it mandates reconsideration, and I will explain why. Children with special needs are entitled by law, and that's federal and state law, as well as their regulations, to be educated in the least restrictive environment. That means, to the maximum extent appropriate, they are to be educated along with their non-disabled peers. Since becoming the chair of Boston SpedPAC somewhere between 8 and 10 years ago, I have been on a number of inclusion task forces, as well as more recently an inclusion working group. Throughout that time, the discussion has been, how do we increase inclusion in the Boston public schools? How do we expand good inclusion schools? And how do we replicate those successes? There's been very little progress in that area. I can say myself that my daughter does not go to the Manning School. She goes to the Henderson Inclusion School. And for 3 years, she stayed in the 5th grade because the school department did not have an appropriate placement for her to go to in the 6th grade, where children who were educated in an inclusion setting when going to 6th grade had to go into substantially separate settings. That means that they're no longer educated with their non-disabled peers. The same exists currently for the Manning School. I visited the Manning School back when John McDonough was our superintendent, and I visited there a number of times since then. The Manning serves some of our most vulnerable students who have significant emotional impairments. Many of these children have experienced trauma in their lives, and most of their current success is directly attributed to the programming that they receive at the Manning School. I also understand that Facilities has verified that the Manning School can expand to grade 6 without any need for modulars or other facility modifications. So the question is, why aren't we doing that? We need to do the right thing, especially when it involves the lives of children. And we can't delay good decision making because of other matters that don't impact children's lives. I cannot overstate the importance for the children currently in grade 5 at the Manning School to continue in that inclusion setting that has enabled them to be successful, many of whom for the first time in their lives. I met with the Boston Fund recently, who is an investor in the Boston Public Schools, and they asked me, why is it that BPS will not allow the Manning School to expand to grade 6 next year? And I said, I don't know. But I do want to highlight that it's not just the moral and humanely right thing to do. It's also legally required by federal and state law because the district does not have an appropriate 6th grade placement for children that have been in that inclusion setting since they began at the Manning School. So I will continue to push the district. I know that we don't disagree on this issue currently, but I think I have the parents on our side, and most importantly, I have the law on our side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kane.
Thank you, Ms. Kane.
Our next speaker is Dr. Gary Bailey, and he'll be followed by Mike Heischman.
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, or Vice Chairman, Interim Superintendent, honored members of the Boston Public School Committee. My name is Gary Bailey, and I'm a professor at the Simmons University School of Social Work. I'm here tonight in my capacity as president of the board of the Fenway High School, where I have the honor of serving with numbers of community volunteers who are interested in helping to ensure the quality of education to students in the Boston community. I'm here tonight to express our board's concern regarding the process by which the Boston Public Schools informed our school leadership that 10 rising 9th grade students on the autism spectrum would be placed at Fenway this coming fall. Let me be clear, as I possibly can be, that our reaction is in no way related to the students. In no way do we object to the possible placement of these students at Fenway. We are aware that the district faces a myriad of challenges related to student placements, and as we have done for decades, when called upon, we want to support the district. I am here tonight to wholeheartedly object to the how and not the what, the process or the lack thereof employed by BPS. A top-down, rumor-fueled process runs counter to the very essence of what in our mind and over 30-plus years of history and experience, autonomy represents. It is our desire to enter into a dialogue with a focus on Fenway's ability to continue to provide high-quality, well-designed, and specialized programming for students that is effective given the resources that we have. While we have a timeline and documentation that clearly demonstrates the lack of communication, collaboration, transparency, and forethought in this year's enrollment and budget projection process, we want to reiterate that this is not about the who, but it is about the what. We are concerned as to what appears to be a lack of substantive planning and conversation about the needs and the changing profile of the city's students' population. Boston Public Schools has known for at least 5 years that there is a growing population of students in the district with autism, most especially in the lower grade levels. They have done little substantive planning in how to best serve these students as they matriculate into high school. This has also been impacted by the emergency nature of the West Roxbury closings and also how the district chose to inform Fenway that a new program would be placed at our school. If this is the well thought out plan that the district insists it was, our head of school, our board, our teacher leaders would have learned and have been in conversation about the best plan to serve these students prior to our learning about this in our budget allocation. For over 30 years, Fenway has worked diligently to maintain an open and collaborative relationship with the district, and this process has been very disheartening. This is a relationship that our board continues to value and is committed to preserving. Since our creation, we've endeavored to engage district leadership in authentic conversations around programmatic planning, and indeed, in the past, when the district faced challenges that could possibly affect Fenway, our leadership board and community stakeholders were involved in the conversations leading up to the decision-making process regarding the critical next steps for all involved. We have welcomed and embraced students with special educational needs into our community before, and I would note that this was done at the request and not at the dictate or mandate of BPS leadership.
Excuse me,
We
Dr.
also
Bailey.
would have welcomed and embraced
Bailey.
conversations with BPS that would have prepared and enabled us to receive this new cohort of students as full participating members of our community without severely impacting or diminishing the current educational experience at Fenway. Our focus has been ensuring that we can provide a quality education for students, whatever they need.
Excuse me, Dr. Bailey.
Excuse me?
Excuse me, I'm afraid you're
Thank-
past your time. If we could get a copy of your written
You
remarks,
can, and I
please.
will be happy to give it to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mike Heischman, and he'll be followed by David Weinstein and Heidi Winston.
Good evening. My name is Mike Heischman. My daughter graduated from Boston Arts Academy, and once again I'm here speaking on behalf of all of my children, all of our children, because all of our children who attend the Boston Public Schools are my children, and they should be all of our children. Some things stay the same. This is budget season again, and once again, I'm here to testify on behalf of our children. And once again, we have a school leader who thanks the mayor for bringing forth a historic budget. Once again, we have a school leader who doesn't seem to understand inflation and rising costs. This is an austerity budget. This certainly is not a budget that will provide the resources to provide a quality education for all of our children. Yes, things are the same, but things are different this year. Since I last testified, we have 2 new members of the school committee, and I welcome you to the school committee. And you are representing 2 unique people, because Dr. Uriarty and Ms. Robinson, Regina Robinson, for the last 2 years were the only 2 members of the school committee who stood in support of a better budget and voted against the mayor's budget. This is very, very unusual, and you are definitely stepping into unusual seats. Some of you have been members of the school committee for quite some time. I believe Mr. O'Neill is the dean, and you've been here since July 15th, 2008. And I know you and every member of the school committee are here because you want to contribute to the betterment of our children's education and welfare. However, I hope I apologize if I'm wrong, but I believe that every member of the school committee, except for the 2 new members, have always voted in favor of the mayor's budget. And I find that to be a terrible thing that you have done, because these budgets have not provided quality education for all of our children. BSC, does that stand for the Boston School Committee? I don't think so. I prefer to call it BSC, the Boss's School Committee. And this is the mayor's committee, and he is the boss.
20 seconds.
Is there a reason why the 2 members who have left the school committee, is it because they voted against the budget? I'm not sure, but I believe it's very, very possible. Do I have hope that this committee will vote in support of our children's education? I don't. I have hope that this year will be different and that the students, teachers, and parents and community members will go out and strike and force the mayor and you people to come up with a budget that truly represents our commitment to our children's quality education and welfare.
Thank you, Mr. Heichman. Our next speaker is David Weinstein, followed by Heidi Winston and Rich Rogers.
Good evening.
Good evening, school committee. I'm here representing, my name is David Weinstein. This is my colleague, Heidi Winston. I'm a 7th and 8th grade teacher at the Boston Teachers Union School, and Heidi is our school nurse. We're here representing the Boston Teachers Union School. I'm very proud to be part of this school. It's one of Boston's teacher-led schools, and we're really proud of what we've created. As a middle school teacher, I also believe that we've created an exceptional middle school, and I feel like we've created a resource for the city of Boston that's been underappreciated. Right now, we're facing some severe budget cuts in our middle school. We know that it's due to declining enrollment, but we believe that we haven't looked carefully enough at why the enrollment is decreasing. In the last number of years, the city has allowed schools in our catchment area to become K-8, taking away some of our students. It's allowed a high school to go down to 7th grade, taking more of our students. And we're trying to look more carefully at what else is affecting our enrollment. We really don't want to lose our middle school, and we fear for how much longer it will be around. And again, we believe we've created a really wonderful product for children and families, a caring, compassionate, rigorous middle school experience that we'd like you to look more carefully at. One of the things we've looked at carefully, because of the declining enrollment and the following budget cuts, which looks like next year we're losing our 6th grade math and science teacher, an administrative paraprofessional who really is one of the members of our faculty that holds the student body together. So one thing we've looked at more carefully is our catchment area, and we have a proposal for you. We believe there are 3 major contributing factors to our enrollment decline. Let's see. The first factor is geographic characteristic of our school's catchment zone. The second is our proximity to a racially segregated neighborhood, and the third is our current feeder school's demographic. First, our catchment area is approximately 1 mile radius around our school. There are many geographic limitations to our catchment area that affect our enrollment. More than 50% of our catchment area is undeveloped land, including Franklin Park, Forest Hills Cemetery, the Arnold Arboretum, and Forest Hills MBTA station.
30 seconds.
Second, the political boundaries and demographics of our neighborhood and the surrounding neighborhoods compound the geographical inequities of our catchment area. the number of households with 7th and 8th grade students that have the BTU school on their school choice form, we got this data from the Office of Student Engagement. And I won't take the time to read the list, but the neighborhood with the largest number of students that have 7th and 8th grade students that have our school as a choice form is West Roxbury with 188 families. Physically, very little of West Roxbury is close to our school. The demographics of West Roxbury and the fact that they already have a K-8 pilot school, the Linden, centrally located, also diminishes the neighborhood's likelihood of bringing families to our school. West Roxbury, as we all know, is around 70% white. So out of 188 students who have our school on their choice form, 130 of those students from West Roxbury most likely have other choices: exam schools, the Linden, the Orenburg, parochial charter, and independent schools.
Mr. Weinstein, if I could interrupt, please. Is Ms. Winston also going to be testifying this evening? Yes, okay. So you're past your time. I don't know if you're planning
Pass the paper to her.
Perfect. Thank you. Teamwork.
Okay, where are we? Okay. This large number of students included in our catchment area falsely inflates the total number of students that might consider the BTU school. There is no evidence that white students from West Roxbury would choose the BTU school based on our historic enrollment patterns. Currently, West Roxbury represents about 1/3 of the total number of middle school students with BTU school on their school choice form, period. It is highly unlikely that any of these students would ever choose the BTU school given other options available to them in their own neighborhood and their access to exam schools. The neighborhoods that have the largest number of students with our school on its list yields the lowest actual number of school students in our school. Thirdly, our feeder school, the Manning, sends us 6th grade students. Many of these students are candidates to enter exam schools for 7th grade. They usually leave after 1 year at our school. This contributes to our declining enrollment. The Manning is seeking approval to become a K through 6. If they are successful, we will need a new feeder school for our middle school. A feeder school that more closely resembles our current student population would better support the long-term stabilization of our middle school enrollment. The BTU school is affected by all these described factors and needs a short-term solution now. An expansion of our catchment area immediately will directly affect our budget deficit, as we will definitely attract more students. Our proposed expansion would not push into the neighborhoods dramatically, would not push into other neighborhoods dramatically, and we would primarily serve our existing neighborhoods of Roslindale and Jamaica Plain. Currently, many of our middle school students come from Roslindale. We propose an expanded catchment area of 1.5 miles. We do not want our excellent middle school to be torn apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Ms.
Winston.
We have copies to give you, too.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Rich Rogers, and he'll be followed by Ruby Reyes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Rich Rogers, and I'm the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Greater Boston Labor Council. That's the local chapter of the AFL-CIO. We're a federation of 155 unions representing 90,000 members in Greater Boston, including over 40,000 in the city of Boston. I'd also like to note that I've been a Boston resident for close to 40 years, the last 20 in Charlestown. In addition, I'm a former BPS parent. My daughter went to Warren Prescott School in Charlestown and to Latin 7th through 10th grade. The vast majority of union members in Boston send their children to Boston Public Schools. A strong, vibrant, healthy, adequately funded school system is essential to Boston's future. The hopes, dreams, and aspirations for the children of Boston's union members depend on a school system that can provide them with the tools they need to succeed in this age of unprecedented economic insecurity. We're very fortunate that in the Boston Teachers Union we have an innovative organization that is putting the needs of the students at the forefront of their negotiations for new contract with the BPS. We are monitoring negotiations very closely, and we're optimistic that the two sides can reach a win-win deal in the very near future. I want to let you know the Greater Boston Labor Council is standing with the BTU until they achieve a fair and equitable contract with the BPS. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Ruby Reyes, followed by Jacqueline Rodriguez and Ariana Rodriguez.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Ruby Reyes. I'm the Boston Education Justice Alliance Director. We work with parents, BPS parents, students, and teachers. I'm here to talk about the impact of school budget cuts, which sever more than finances. We are surrounded by an overdevelopment of Boston areas with the highest concentration of gentrification that is being experienced by the deepest school budget cuts. The weighted student funding formula creates a disparity where property taxes that should be feeding our public education system are instead starving out low-income families of color. Schools such as East Boston High School, the Holmes in Dorchester, the Blackstone in the South End, and the Shaw in Mattapan are examples of areas where there is real estate overdevelopment. However, their budgets have had significant cuts of a combined over $2.4 million. Families from these schools are moving out of Boston because they can't afford to live there anymore. The weighted student formula creates a budget process that hurts more than helps, and it does not have to be this way. Other cities and towns do not do this to their children, parents, and teachers. The Boston Teachers Union contract is still in negotiations. This contract and our school budgets should help all students get a quality education. Opportunity Index funds should not be used to creatively make up budget shortfalls either. We ask that you resource school budgets in order to ensure that there are class size limits, adequate funding for inclusion, increases in social and emotional support staff that directly work with children specifically, adequate staffing for English language learners, and salaries that will keep good teachers in Boston. We want all of our schools to provide a high quality education because Boston has more than enough to do it with. We live in a city of growing wealth, and we should not be here. The staff at our schools should not have to worry about whether they should find new jobs year after year. Our parents should not have to worry if their school will shut down the next year. And more importantly, our students should not have to come to school committee meetings to beg for their education to exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Our next speaker is Jacqueline Rodriguez. She'll be followed by Ariana Rodriguez and Tara Shea.
Good evening.
Good evening, Superintendent and members of the school committee. Thank you for having me here. My name is Jacqueline Rodriguez. I'm a bilingual school psychologist at the Mildred Avenue K-8 school in Mattapan and the Charles Sumner Elementary School in Roslindale. I want to start with thanking the school committee and for hearing our testimony last year about the need for more licensed school psychologists and social workers in BPS to meet the needs of the students in BPS. I want to thank the school committee and I want to thank Mayor Marty Walsh for increasing the number of school psychologists and social workers in BPS. There's still room for growth, but we have ongoing discussions and conversations about student access to licensed BPS mental health staff. So I just want to leave that there. And I want to let you know that I'm here to testify on behalf of a parent at one of my schools, the Charles Sumner Elementary School. She wrote a letter, and I will hand it to Ms. Sullivan at the end of my testimony. The letter says, "Dear respected Boston School Committee and Superintendent, Ms. Dr. Perel, my 10-year-old special education child is a third grade student at the Charles Sumner Elementary School. It is not okay to cut $255,000 from a school that is considered underperforming and operates as one of the biggest K-5 schools in Boston. Although it's understood new enrollment norm is more like 560 or so students versus 590 students, it's not one whole homeroom in the same grade, which makes it impossible to cut a homeroom strand. Instead, what is being cut is reading recovery, special education inclusion support, and paraprofessionals who serve on the school's most vulnerable populations. I'm very concerned about the impact of this budget cut to our students. Respectfully, Nicole Riley, mother of a student at the Charles Sumner Elementary School. That's my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Next, we'll hear from Ariana Rodriguez, as well as Nate Rosa, followed by Tara Shea.
Good evening.
Hello. My name is Ariana Rodriguez. I go to Margarita Muniz Academy and I'm a sophomore.
My name is Nate Rosa. I go to West Roxbury Academy and I'm in 11th grade.
We are youth community organizers at Sociedad Latina.
Ms. Rodriguez, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you speak more directly into the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
We are a youth community organizer at Sociedad Latina. In this program, we work specifically on different initiatives that impact students in in Boston public schools. Most recently, we developed a survey on the BPS College, Career, and Life Readiness Framework.
We surveyed over 500 students and found that only a small percentage of students are receiving access to dual enrollment, internships, school, day, college, readiness classes, and credit-bearing opportunities.
The youth community organizers strongly encourage BPS leadership to consider our survey findings when allocating funding.
More opportunity and partnership with organizations like Sociedad Latina are needed in order for students to have access to these programs. We thank you for your time. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Rodriguez and Mr. Rosa. If you have copies of your survey, if you wouldn't mind sharing that with us, and you can always email us afterwards and send it directly to Ms. Sullivan. Thank you. Ms. Shea.
Thank you. After Ms. Shea, we'll hear from Mary Delgado. Excuse me,
Forgive
Manny.
me, I have a little bit of a cold, so. Good evening. My name is Tara Shea. I'm a 20-year resident of the North End, parent of a 7th grade Boston Latin Academy student. I'm here tonight to tell you about our experience with BPS Yellow Bus school transportation and request more robust and equitable transportation for BPS students. As a 7th grader at BLA, my daughter is eligible, according to BPS rules, for BPS Yellow School Bus Transportation, bus number 435 and number 498. I testified last October about my concerns regarding BLA students' safety, as the bus was regularly so crowded that kids had to stand in the aisles or sit on the floor, and kids being left behind at the bus stop. Most recently in the morning, as the bus pulls up, parents watch nearly 20 students at the Haymarket bus stop rush the door, pushing and shoving to get on the bus. Sure, kids jostling one another to get a seat seems harmless, rambunctious teenagers. However, these kids are doing everything they can to make sure they get on the bus. So there's a bit of panic, and parents are holding their breath to make sure their kids get on the bus. And sure, they get through it. And most days, I'm happy to report, everyone is getting a seat. But us parents often ask each other, isn't there a better way? So that is why the article written by James, forgive my mispronunciation, Vasnes in the Boston Globe on January 27th, 2019, titled, quote, "Boston's economy is booming, but schools seem so cash poor. Why?" End quote, resonated with me and several other parents. Vasnes writes, quote, "For all the city's wealth, the Boston school system feels like it belongs in an economically depressed industrial center. decades-old buildings plagued by leaks, drinking fountains shut because of leaked pipe contamination, end quote. I would add to that list, highlighted by this globe writer, I would add to that list an inefficient transportation policy to that list, impacting children's ability to get to and from school. Parents see half-empty buses arrive at school while other buses are overcrowded. I've talked to kids as young as 12 years old who tell me it takes them over an hour to get to school on a combination of walking several blocks, city bus, subway, and yellow bus transportation. And with the economic boom, our massive multi-year construction and roadway projects, notably the North Washington Street Bridge, impacting Charlestown, North End in particular, and others in East Boston, the West End, other projects in East Boston, the West End, causing traffic nightmares for parents of students in 9th grade and older at BLA who drive their kids to school and then drive to their workplace or home to get public transportation to their workplace.
10 seconds.
Providing reliable, safe, and equitable transportation for all BPS students to get to and from school should be a basic city function. I'm submitting this testimony for your consideration. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Manny Delgado.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Mary Delgado. I moved to Boston and attended Boston Public Schools since the age of 12. A few years after losing my mother to natural causes and was currently being raised by a teenager, I fell through the cracks of a broken school system. I didn't receive the support that I needed, and because of that, I didn't receive a proper education. Schools do way more than educate. Schools foster children. There is more to teaching students than teaching math, science, ELA, and social studies. Schools have students in their building a majority of a child's waking day. Schools teach life skills, referee between social media fights, and sometimes it seems to be more than less in an urban setting that a child has to depend on more support services in their school in order to receive the education that they need. In order for schools to truly support what scholars need, we need a budget to financially support those needs. I'm here today because I'm witnessing the district almost destroy a school that I love. I have 2 children that attended the Boston Teachers Union School, and I am a longtime paraprofessional at BPS. I have worked in many schools in the district, and I have not seen a school that fosters the needs of our scholars like the BTU school, specifically the upper school. We will be losing a 6th grade teacher that spends every day in that building till 6 p.m. providing tutoring in math and science for children of color. My son, he is now 17 years old at Boston Arts Academy. When he transferred into the BTU pilot school from a charter school, he was socially damaged. The BTU school helped him flourish, helped him prepare for a workforce, got him involved in Artists for Humanities, where my son still works for it till today as a graphic designer. I myself, failing and trying to struggle to better myself as a woman, I would not have been able to provide all the opportunities for my child if my child did not attend the BTU school. I still currently have my 2nd child at the BTU school. He is a current 8th grader. And my son also went through all the amazing programs that the school has offered. And the teachers that you've seen here behind me are the ones who sat there and spent endless hours ensuring that my son is properly ready to enter a high school and be successful. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't have the BTU school. I don't know what my children would have been involved in if they didn't have all of these after-school programs and a safe place to be and to flourish. So please reconsider the budget for the BTU school.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado.
Mr. LaConte, that concludes our speakers.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Our first action item this evening is the consent calendar, which consists of grants for approval totaling $794,297 and one international travel request. I'd like to turn it over to the interim superintendent for any final comments.
We have no comments on this, but are happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Ms. Brill. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions or comments. Mr. O'Neill.
So the grants, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So yes, I do have a question on the Start Talk Arabic Summer Academy.
Hang on just a moment.
Yep, we're calling forward our grants manager.
Expected that.
Thank you, Anu.
Hi. So I just want to check this. I noticed that this is just for Charlestown. It's my recollection in the past, we've had this at a couple of schools during the summer, right? Didn't we have it at Charlestown and Boston Arts Academy and maybe one more?
No.
Or was that
so
during the
it's-
school year itself?
Yeah, it's just at Charlestown, but it is open to all students as well.
I'm sorry?
It's just at Charlestown, but it's open to all students.
Open to all BPS students?
Correct.
And we've had this for several years, haven't we?
Yes.
Has it been for 40 students?
Yes,
Okay, and do we know how the results have been in the past?
I can get that information. The program manager was supposed to be here today, but he was out sick, so.
Okay, that's
I can
great.
get
So we are still teaching Arabic in BAA and Charlestown, and isn't there one other school as well?
There is one other school.
Does anyone remember which one it is? Okay.
Yeah.
But the summer program is just
It's
at Charlestown?
just at Charlestown.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you, Ms. Janath, and thank you, Mr. O'Neill. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Well, hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented.
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the consent calendar by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the consent calendar is approved. Our next action item this evening is the addition of 3 new members to the school committee's Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Task Force. Now, we'll be hearing from the task force in just a little bit, along with the Office of Opportunity and Achievement Gaps at the district. But tonight, we want to take action on a nomination that was made at our last meeting on February 6th, as well as 2 additional nominations that have been forwarded for the committee's approval since that time. If you'll recall, at that last meeting, I presented for the committee's consideration the nomination of Reverend Willie Bodrick II. Unfortunately, Reverend Bodrick can't join us this evening, but for those of you that will recall, Reverend Bodrick's background is that he's the chairperson of the Boston Network for Black Student Achievement and is also an associate pastor at the historic 12th Baptist Church, and also a law student at Northeastern School of Law, if
Just happened to
anyone's,
mention that one.
you know, anyone cares to worry.
It's a very small city.
My alma mater. I also noted that the other nominations would be in formation, and I'm happy to report that, again, we have 2 additional nominees to add to the vote this evening, and the hope is that in the coming weeks we'll have a number of additional individuals to add to the task force as well. So tonight, in collaboration with the co-chairs of the OAG task force, I'd like to nominate 2 additional members that we'll take a vote on just shortly. First up is Dr. Lisa Gonzalez, who has joined us here this evening. Hello, Dr. Gonzalez, and thank you for coming out, and thank you for volunteering your time for us. Dr. Gonzalez and members, you have resumes in your packet, is an associate professor in the College of Education and Human Development at the University of Massachusetts at Boston, and has been a longtime advocate and integral part of the work that we do in the district, working with all sorts of populations across the district, and so we welcome you and we thank you. We're also nominating this evening Dr. James Jennings, the Professor Emeritus of Urban and Environmental Policy and Planning at Tufts University. And I didn't see Dr. Jennings here earlier. He told me he might have a conflict this evening, but
He said he wasn't going to be able to make it. That's my favorite professor, by the way. I want to say that.
So we're batting 1,000 tonight, but thank you very much, Ms. Oliver Davila, and thank you, of course, to Dr. Jennings. He's preeminent in his field, and again, is someone who knows BPS quite well as the city of Boston and the issues that we are dealing with through this task force. So Reverend Bodrick, Dr. Gonzalez, and Dr. Jennings will each bring their unique expertise to this critical work, which the committee has identified as its top priority. The OAG task force, as you know, as many of you know, I should say, was empowered following the update of the district's opportunity and achievement gaps policy in 2015, and its recent revamping just about 18 months ago was due in large part to the work of the task force. I should also recognize, of course, that we do have our co-chairs here this evening, Ms. Ayala Shakur, who we'll hear from in just a little bit, and Ms. Jerry Robinson, our fellow school committee colleague. Pastor Sam Acevedo is out of the country currently and couldn't join us. He's the third co-chair of the task force. So with that, I want to open it up to the committee for questions or comments before we move for a vote. Are there questions or comments about tonight's nominees?
I have a comment. I just want to say that that I am just continually impressed by the people that are coming forward on the OAG task force, and I really want to commend the co-chairs and also just the committee itself for the really trailblazing work that it's doing. So I'm happy that we have so many people willing to step up and thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila. And I should note as well, we noted at the last meeting, we are certainly looking for people who are interested in serving. And I should open this up. You know, we certainly want volunteers for the Opportunity Achievement Gap Task Force, but we are always looking for volunteers to help serve in any of the number of task forces, initiatives, et cetera, that the school committee takes on. And so if you have an interest in serving, please do reach out to the school committee. I will note that we will have, and we've had this discussion recently, public interview panels when we get to the finalists for the search for a new superintendent in a few short months. And so if we have interest, I already have a very healthy and long list of individuals that are interested in serving in that role. There were many people that we couldn't, quite frankly, appoint at the to the search committee when we made those appointments in September. But nevertheless, the more the merrier, and we'd certainly like to have new and fresh ideas as part of our discussion. So are there further questions or comments? Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the recommendations on these names. 3 extremely distinguished and experienced individuals that will bring great points to it, great perspectives to the task force. I agree with the Vice Chair on the importance of this task force and the groundbreaking work that it's done, and now that it's moving more to a monitoring and advisory role, that phase is critical as well. I thanked Reverend Bodrick last week for getting involved. Since Dr. Gonzalez is here, I want to thank her, and I would love to know how we can get a copy of the book that you published in 2007, New Hope for Urban Schools, because that sounds encouraging and something we would find worthwhile to read. So I'd love to find out if it's still in print, and if so, how we get a copy of it. You can tell us afterwards. But thank you for your willingness to serve, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for putting forth these names.
Thank you again, Mr. O'Neill. If there are no further questions, I'll entertain a motion now to approve the nominations of Reverend Bodrick, Dr. Gonzalez, and Dr. Jennings as presented.
So moved.
It sounds like a motion from Ms. Robinson and a second from Ms. Oliver Davila. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and welcome once again to Dr. Gonzalez, as well as Reverend Bodrick and Dr. Jennings, who may be watching at home this evening. And again, we're looking forward in a few short minutes to be hearing from the task force and the Office of Opportunity and Achievement Gaps on the work that you've been undertaking, as well as the work that lies ahead. Thank you once again. Move on now to our next action item, which is 2 charter amendment requests for the Boston Day and Evening Academy, a Horace Mann charter school in our district. You'll recall that at our last meeting, BDEA headmaster Alison Haramish, who is joining us at the podium currently, presented for the committee's consideration her 2 charter amendment requests on behalf of BDEA. First, an updated enrollment policy and an application in accordance with the guidelines set by DESE, and second, increased enrollment capacity from 405 to 505 students over the next 3 years. I see you're joined by Ms. Lovell as well. Welcome back once again. At this time, I'd like to turn things over to Interim Superintendent Peril for any further comments.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto. You captured the highlights of the amendments under consideration. And I'll just add that these changes will allow Boston Day and Evening Academy to remain compliant with DESE, but at the same time, these changes will better position BDEA to support students on their path to scholastic and post-secondary success. So these proposed amendments have the full support of the district.
Well, thank you, Ms. Perot, and I want to thank the district as well for being responsive earlier today on a number of the items that were requested data-wise from the district following last week's the last meeting's presentation. So thank you again for following up there. Let me open it up to members for questions or discussion. Mr. O'Neill.
Didn't mean to go right up first. Okay. Yes, Mr. Chair, according to the minutes of the last presentation, I think we requested several pieces of information, and at least one is provided to us about the suspension rate, and I do have a question about that that I'll get to in a second. But the second was that myself and at least Ms. Oliver Davila and I think potentially other members expressed strong concerns. We recognize the challenge of being in compliance with DESE, but and I shouldn't say we because I'll speak for myself individually, and other members can feel free to speak up if they want. I remain concerned about the precedent established from past practice of this committee to approve such as requests like this of allowing the increase in enrollment for a school when we know that the current physical capacity of their building is not equal to what we were proposing going to. And that we are setting ourselves up for a year or 2 years from now, the school rightfully coming back to us and saying, we need a bigger facility. You told us we were going to have a bigger facility. And this is something that this committee has perpetually done time after time. We did it we heard from Fenway earlier today, but they had problems, challenges sharing space with BAA. We had it with Green Academy and ACC. We've had it with Margarita Muñez and Mission. We've had it with the Boston Community Leadership Academy and New Mission. And I remain deeply concerned about setting up this exact same conflict a year or two from now when if we are going to approve an enrollment update. And I love BDEA. I hope you know that. I am a huge fan of the school. I've visited, I've been to your graduations. I love what you're doing for your students. This is no reflection on the school whatsoever. But I'm concerned we're setting up a conflict a year or two from now when you're trying to expand to your approved enrollment level, particularly when there's a lot of demand for your school because you're doing really, really good things there with some youth who are very challenged. You're doing outstanding work. And yet, unless I hear otherwise, the answer I have here was about suspension, but was not yet about facilities. So this is a long setup to then hear from the superintendent on where the district stands about what we will do for facilities for this, because I remain deeply concerned about approving this amendment. And I recognize we're in a challenge, that we're doing this because of DESE. And yet we're setting up a problem a year from now, or 2 years from now. And just past practice, everything screams in my head, we're just setting up a huge issue a year from now. And so help me with that, please, Superintendent.
And you know what, I'm going to ask the superintendent to do just that in a moment. But I do want to note, and Ms. Ramish, you might be able to help me with this. I believe there was testimony last time that the school is already well in excess of what its approved enrollment is. And so part of what is in front of us right now is an opportunity to right-size the maximum enrollment of the school that would capture what the excess enrollment would be. So that's not an excuse, and that's not a total answer for what your question is, but I think, you know, just to give that context, we are serving through the current building or the current facility students in excess of what our current allotment is. And so there is a need for an additional building. or additional space. I don't want to presuppose a building. And within that context, I think that might be helpful for the district to further elaborate on its comments on the facilities from the last meeting.
But, Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, we are not just approving for the charter, for the enrollment to go up to what the existing enrollment is right now, but in fact, we are approving, we're going beyond that, which would allow the school to expand, particularly in the 2.0, right?
Yep.
So this is a kind of a newer program. So this will be an expansion for the school. It's not just
Absolutely.
Part of it is correcting to where they are. I agree with you completely, but just help me out with that.
Absolutely, and I want to just make sure that, you know, within the context of that, you know, the increase is not 100 students. The increase to the approved maximum enrollment is 100 students, but the increase, I believe, in the actual enrollment is, can you help me out with that, what that number might be?
So what we're currently at, for next year is 430.
Okay.
And the enrollment is 405, is in our charter.
And this is a multi-year rollout,
Over
correct?
3 years, the idea would be to grow to 100.
Grow 100 additional students
To 505.
to 505. And that's 100 additional students over your existing maximum enrollment, but it's about, what, 70 students?
70, correct.
70 students over your actual enrollment, right. And that will require new physical space
More
for you.
space, yep.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto and Member O'Neill. So the current strategy is a two-site solution for BDEA. You are correct that we are still needing to identify that location for the coming school year. And whether or not that is a long-term solution is part of why we do not yet have a recommendation on that space.
So we're setting ourselves up here for a big challenge. So we're not proposing simply to adjust the amendments to the actual enrollment right now, but we're proposing now to allow them to expand for students that we know we do not yet have space for. We cannot identify specific space, so we can't say a plan as part of it. Am I correct in that?
Well, I can tell you that we are committed to finding space for the current students who are off-site already, so we will be finding space for them regardless. They are currently in an off-site location this year.
They're in the Dearborn, right?
They're in the
Right next
Dearborn.
door. And
Right.
Dearborn's going to need that space next year.
Right,
So
we're
we
not
already
planning-
know
yeah.
we need to find some space for
Right.
them.
Right.
But
And-
now we're talking about additional space beyond that as the, and by the way, again, this is a great problem to have. It's because you're an outstanding school doing outstanding work, and there is huge demand. When we talk to folks at the Re-Engagement Center, they would love to have so many more students there. This is it's not about a bad problem, but it's a problem that we have done over and over and over again here, and that's what concerns me.
Ms. Oliver-Davila, you had something additional to add.
I just have to echo Mr. O'Neill's comment, and I wonder if we can come to a compromise of what the enrollment actually is for the building and come back and have this conversation, because I also don't feel comfortable increasing the enrollment without understanding the space, because again, we have had this over and over again. Having been on the board of the Muñiz Academy, I can say firsthand how challenging that is. And I don't, again, just as Mr. O'Neill said, I love your school. I think it's a fantastic school, but I fear in the future also having to set ourselves up down the line. So I wonder if we can just come to some kind of compromise that meets the DESE guidelines and also makes us feel comfortable, but to have the conversation again, because we do know that this is a school that is very coveted and is doing really fantastic work.
Ms. Robinson.
I'm just wondering, though, are we not looking at the whole picture here? I mean, this is a program that is needed, that they're creating. And we've had our, the study, I can't remember the name right now, the 10-year study showing us that we've got many students that are off track, that are not doing well, and we need to improve the quality of the programming. So here we stand with a program that hopefully will do that quality improvement. Are there other existing programs that we have now that will either not exist or get smaller in terms of thinking about how do we accommodate the students that we need, but do we have more programs right now that are doing that well that may either go away, diminish, et cetera, so that a stronger program will be able to accommodate those students in a space that already exists but may now house a different program. So I guess my question is more about programming that students need versus under whose auspices they are, but how do we make sure we have the right number of classrooms and quality programs for the kinds of students that we're trying to educate?
It's an important question you asked, Ms. Robinson, and as you know, it's a very complex puzzle that we deal with in trying to think about, you know, what space is available within the district and how we allocate those amongst the different programs. And within that context, when BDA did come to us at the last meeting and presented on this expansion, they were thinking about this in the context of they are going to need this space eventually, and they're going to need it because that 2.0, so to speak, which is the planned expansion of the school, is intended to get at that Parthenon report that speaks to the need to address the needs of at-risk or off-track youth. And maybe you can help me again. This is young and far, I believe, is the target audience that BDA is intended to hit with the new program?
Right, young and far Black and Latino men.
Thank you. And so, you know, within the context, you know, that's a very large group that we have within our district, but that's also the group that we have the opportunity to achieve the greatest impact with, because we have them for a while and we have the opportunity to provide high quality programs for them. So I think, you know, there's a push and a pull here, which, you know, has been obviously identified, and it's something that we grapple with any number of programs that come before us. I'd even say with Ms. Kane, who came to testify, you know, it's a different context, but we think about, you know, we've got a high-performing school that serves a high-needs population, and, you know we want to expand that school at some point, but it's a question of where and when. And so these are this is part of this ongoing conversation we're having with Build BPS, and we need to be able to, in order, and this is my opinion now, in order to capably serve the varied and diverse and high needs populations within our district, we need to be able to, you know, essentially walk and chew gum at the same time, be able to move these programs forward while we also continue to think about how we are best creating the facilities and the architecture around the district to support these programs. Did you have a further follow-up? I want to go to Mr. Tron. I know you had a question as well.
No, I do not have a question, but pretty much my concern, I'm totally supporting you. My concern is if, in fact, without a yes vote, regardless of whether we are going to come up with a compromise or not, and I hope we do. But if we don't come to a compromise, the concern is that if that affects your legal status with the SE, and 70 students, many of whom may be over the age of 18, are cut, that's my concern. So I'm totally in support of your request.
Thank you, Mr. Tron. Mr. O'Neill, you had an additional comment.
So I'm just been reflecting on the comments and thinking about both the issues that folks have raised, and again, I'm going to keep stressing how supportive I am of the school, as I think you're hearing from all the fellow members, and the population that you serve and the need that is there. And so I'm trying to think through a past precedent of sometimes we have slightly adjusted approvals. I think of the space at the McCormick land where we kind of put a condition on it when we flipped it back to the city, where we said that it had to be for BPS benefit. In other words, there has been some precedent where occasionally we have put some conditions on approval. And I'm wondering, because I hear what the vice chair has suggested of maybe we just approve enrollment now to this level that they're at, and then come back when there's a facility plan, and I think there may be a slight compromise off of that, which is approve the 405 to, what are you at right now, Headmaster?
430
They're
was the.
430.
About 4:33.
Thank you.
I
So
think.
approve going from 405 to 430, and then also contingently approve the additional increase to 500, 505, subject to finding suitable facility, one suitable facility solution has been arranged by BPS. Again, I'm just trying to tie it to the policy that we approve versus I hesitate to put the superintendent in a position where she's making a promise to the school and the school hears that, and then 2 years from now they're saying, hey, the superintendent promised us, and we were saying, yeah, but we talked about we need to find a solution, and I hearken back to the Mission K-8 the Mission K-8 school, who had a letter from interim Superintendent McDonough saying it is a priority to find you a building space. And 2 years later, we had a new superintendent in place, and they're saying, hey, we have a letter promising. So I'm wondering if it may be better for us, since we're approving policy, to make it clear in the policy that we're approving you to 435 or whatever the number is immediately, and to 505 contingent upon finding a suitable facilities solution for the school, so that the school and their leadership and their students and their staff know that this is a priority for the school committee to find that solution for the district, for the school, and that we're also very supportive of the school because we know the population they're serving is critical. But also now it's a school committee by policy putting it back to the district that it's critical you find a solution, and not putting it solely on the back of the superintendent to say, we're going to find something.
Yep. So a couple of things, and thank you for this conversation. We realize that given the fact that BDEA is out of compliance and charter amendments are very complicated to develop and move, that's why we have brought this to you while we are simultaneously looking at their satellite location for the coming school year, which is something we are currently actively working on. And then obviously a longer term conversation, although our hope, while this year was temporary, is that the next space we find would be a longer running solution. Two things. One, and I appreciate the problem solving around changing the number, but because of the complicated process and prior approvals of this charter, it would actually be better to table the proposal. I just consulted with the headmaster, table the proposal and come back to you at a later date with the same number once we have confirmed a satellite location. And furthermore, while the part of the approval covers the 30 students for whom they're currently out of compliance, additional enrollment growth would not be immediate, and it would be subject to the district's ability to house those numbers and, quite frankly, as always, to the school's capacity. So the 505 is a ceiling, not an immediate growth. Nonetheless, it would be easier to table the entire amendment rather than change the number, because if we change the number, then they have to go back through the approval process with the other elements of approval.
How does this impact the time frame of getting to DESE and getting onto their board schedule, et cetera? Because I'd be nervous about a table impacting
Right.
that.
I think if we could maybe get to the next few months and we got it to DESE, that would be fine. I think they give you a little bit of I think it's a 3 to 5% over your capacity. I wasn't able to find it really specifically in the law, but I do think they give you a 3%, and so we're not yet at that.
And Deputy Superintendent Donna Muncy, who's one of our primary interfaces with DESE, has just confirmed that the delay would still be sufficient to get it to DESE in time for approval. So my recommendation at this point would be, rather than change the number, which would require a whole new process of approval, that we table the current request until we have completed their satellite location identification, and we will bring this back to you subsequently with that space solution connected to it.
Or simply adding the sentence to the approval that the expansion is subject to finding an appropriate facility solution? Does that create a problem?
Well, I want to think about this, and this might actually be something that would be appropriate for legal counsel to weigh in on, not suggesting anything, but if you feel the urge. Thinking about the issue that the interim superintendent just laid out, I suppose an approval like that would allow the district to move forward simply upon notification to the committee at a later date that a space has been found. And so what that would then do would be we would simply be delaying the opportunity for BDA to move forward to DESE and seek the approval for the full 505 at a later date. So in other words, we would be taking care of our committee business this evening with that provision, and in the alternative, if we were to table this, we would be voting at a later date. Either way, it's going to result in a vote, or excuse me, action from BDA to DESE that follows the identification of space for these students. So, you know, I think it's probably six and one, half dozen of the other.
Defer to the chair.
And I'd ask if there's any other opinions from the committee. Miss Oliver Davila, the vice chair.
I think
looks like you
that's
have
a good compromise, because I think we just want to make sure that we do identify the space, but we also don't want to have the school keep coming back. And I think we want to show our support, so I think that would be a good compromise to vote on it tonight with that understanding, because we're not going to tell, we're not.
Yep. No, thank you for the on-the-spot problem solving, and both in virtual consulting with our headmaster and with Deputy Superintendent Donna Muncy. We do think that's a wise path forward. It allows the current charter proposal as presented to be approved, but the approval of moving beyond the 435 is contingent on us coming back to you with their off-site space plan. And so if you want to propose the amending language, that would give them the approval and also make it clear that before we submit it to DESE, we will have come back to you with a space plan. And Allison, if that buys you the right amount of time. Okay.
Hoping that it's before spring, like we're not waiting until fall of next year.
No, we're talking about before the end of this school year.
Okay.
And I would suspect you, excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry.
Mr. O'Neill.
I would suspect you may be able to present that to DESE anyway and say, you know, this is bringing us up to our current level and its approval for increase once we work out a solution with BPS. I would suspect that DESE would entertain that. I'm not sure what Muncy would think about that.
I think DESE just wants the confirmation from the school committee that you approve our amendment.
Yes.
In the amendment, we don't identify location. It's not part of the amendment. So
I'm distinguishing between DESE approval overall and
Right.
then school committee approval, and I'm suggesting school committee approval for the increase be subject to working out a suitable facilities.
Right.
A permanent facilities solution for the increase. And again, this is strictly trying to avoid situations that have been painful for us in the past.
My only suggested modification is facility solution. I think permanent is not necessarily the right word.
We should never say permanent for a building. It's programs, not buildings. We know that.
Well, let me just
Thank you,
suggest,
Superintendent.
and thank you for this. I think this is a cautious and appropriate conversation that we've had as a committee tonight, and I thank you for given your experience with a number of these types of arrangements in the past, Mr. O'Neill, bringing this to the committee's attention and making sure that we're careful to cover our bases here. What I do want to suggest is I think we should move forward this evening based on the conversation we've had. I think the issue that you've most recently identified, which is the question for whether DESE would be in a position to approve this charter amendment. as it stands now, independent of a facilities identification, or whether it would be required that we would have that identification later on before the charter amendment moves forward. I think that's something that the district can determine on its own, independent of our vote. And I think if we're going to do that, then our vote can simply add to the order this evening an additional sentence, and I'm going to suggest this language. This approval is contingent upon the identification of sufficient space to accommodate increased enrollment. I think that's a simple enough statement that would allow this motion to move forward this evening.
Could you read that again one more time, Mr. Chair?
Sure. And again, apologize for my nasal voice this evening. This approval is contingent upon the identification of sufficient space to accommodate increased enrollment. Are there any English professors in the House?
Yeah, I'm going to nitpick on that just a little bit, and I apologize, but we're really kind of doing two approvals here. One is to get it up to the actual enrollment right now, which I think you said is about 435, and the second is for the school to expand with 2.0 from 435 to 505. So may I just suggest instead, and I apologize for nitpicking, but I'm trying to be crystal clear on this, that we say something about the approval for the increased capacity, or the increased actual, we should actually say actual, right? Increased actual enrollment is subject to the district identifying and providing suitable space for said increase. So in other words, focus that on the increase from 435 to 505. While making very clear to Desi and everyone, we're perfectly fine with going to 505 once we have that, and we're perfectly fine with the 435 right now.
Okay, so I want to read this back.
Thanks.
I've been editing as you've been speaking. This approval for increased actual enrollment is contingent upon the identification of sufficient space to accommodate increased enrollment. Is that?
I think that.
I think that.
What we're
Identification and provision.
and identification and yeah, they have to actually provide the space, right?
I could identify a space for you right now. And provision.
Does that work for you?
I don't think so. I'm
Okay.
sorry. We're already at the 433, and we don't have the space. We have 2 rooms in Dearborn. But for simplicity, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think we just want to ask for the 505 contingent on space, and then at a future meeting, you guys will vote once the space is identified.
Well, we wouldn't, let me correct you, we wouldn't have to vote again under, based upon
Okay,
what
so you're going to
our
vote now
this evening
based on the
is.
fact, so you're voting to increase to 505 contingent on space availability.
That's
From
correct.
435 to 505. You're already
Sure.
at 435.
Sure,
now.
435 to
So
I don't think we have to-
increase in space is increase in enrollment is when you have when the district has found sufficient space for you. We're trying to.
But we're right now,
we're
we don't
trying
have
to-
space for the program now.
I'm sorry?
We don't have space for the program now, so that doesn't help.
So let me just
Laura?
take control again of this conversation for a moment. I think where we're at is sufficient to meet everybody's needs, if I might suggest, because what we are doing is acknowledging that you are at a current enrollment above what your approved enrollment, approved maximum enrollment is. We're approving your, and you know, if anyone disagrees, please speak up. We're approving your increase in enrollment to go to 505, but we're approving that contingent upon the identification of space suitable to meet the delta between what your current enrollment is and the maximum new enrollment, which would be 505. So nowhere in what we're speaking, nowhere in what we're approving here is there a reference to the current enrollment. We are not doing a 2-stage approval. This is one simple approval, and however the school and the district and DESE want to work out when would be the appropriate time to approve the charter amendments that would move your enrollment to 505 is left to the state, the district, and the school. Is that an accurate summation that everyone is comfortable with? Okay. So I want to just read once more what the addition would be to the vote this evening. I'll read it in full, and then we'll take we'll entertain a motion to approve. as presented. Tonight's vote for the Boston Day and Evening Academy Charter amendments is so ordered that the school committee would hereby approve the following charter amendments for Boston Day and Evening Academy, a Horace Mann charter school, as detailed in the attached charter amendment request to the Massachusetts Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, which are two. First, the updated enrollment policy and application in accordance with guidelines set by DESE, and second, an increased enrollment capacity from 405 to 505 students between school year 2019 2020 and school year 2021 and 22. This approval for increased actual enrollment is contingent upon the identification and provision of sufficient space to accommodate increased enrollment. These charter amendments have been recommended by the Superintendent of Schools. Do we have a motion to approve the vote as presented?
So moved.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver-Dowd, and it sounds like a second from Dr. Coleman. Is there any discussion to the amendment? Excuse me, to the motion. Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Coleman?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
Mr. Tran?
Yes.
Ms. Oliver Davila?
Yes.
Mr. Lecanto?
Yes.
The motion passes as amended.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thank you to Democracy in Action. We congratulate BDA and wish you well. We're, to bring it back from the very focused conversation we've had about facilities this evening. This really isn't about facilities. That's just a condition precedent to allowing you to continue to serve the populations that you serve so well and expand that service to a number of students across the district that really need it. So we're very excited. I think something that was lost in this conversation is that you're also changing your enrollment policy as part of the charter amendments that are going forward. And so making it easier and more accessible for students to find high quality education at BDA is the sum and substance of the charter amendments that you put before us tonight. And we're very happy to approve those, and we wish you well.
Thank you.
And we look forward to hearing about your new location and your new facilities as well.
As do we.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on now to our first report this evening, and we're going to move out of order this evening. We're going to flip the order between the the presentation from the Opportunity Achievement Gaps Policy Task Force and Office of Achievement Gaps, and go first to the Build BPS Phase 2 update. We had it printed in reverse on the agenda, but a couple of items have come up this evening necessitating a change in that order. So I apologize for that late notification, and I hope you all can bear with us. So at this time, I'd like to invite forward our Chief of Staff, Mr. Rob Consalvo, our Chief Engagement Officer, Ms. Monica Roberts, and the Chief of Operations, John Hanlon, to step forward with their presentation. But first, I'd like to turn things over to our Interim Superintendent for her opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto. So tonight, as you mentioned, we'll be providing an update on some of our recent work in Phase 2 of Build BPS. Members of the Build BPS team will discuss our current areas of focus, which include completing the school choice process and transition process for the Urban Science Academy and West Roxbury Academy's rising 10th and 11th graders, as well as those rising 12th graders transitioning to the Irving or other schools of their choosing. The team will also discuss the transition process for the McCormick School Building, which has included engagement with existing BPS high schools, as well as analysis of high school partner applicants. We'll also address the current exploration of K-6 expansion options, both for the McCormick feeder schools, but also for other schools across the city. Finally, the report will also discuss proposed property disposition relative to Build BPS planning. And with a slight addition to the presenting team, I'll turn things over to Chief Engagement Officer Monica Roberts, Chief of Staff Rob Consalvo, our Associate Superintendent for Elementary and Middle Schools, Mary Driscoll, who will speak to the K-6 and McCormick aspect, and then waiting in the wings as needed are several other members of our team, including Chief of Operations John Hanlon.
Good evening, Chair, members of the committee. We'll start with an update of Urban Science Academy and West Roxbury Academy, as that is one of the areas where we're spending significant time to ensure as smooth as possible of a transition. So we have completed the registration process for Urban Science Academy and West Roxbury Academy students. As you may recall, they were a part of the round 1 registration process to ensure that they had priority in the process above other students, and that would be coming into the process in round 2. We should have assignment data available for you and for families by March 29th. We were rigorously working on that process. One of the things that we were able to do is to reach almost every student with one-to-one counseling. We did a lot of sessions here at the bowling, but also spent a lot of time at the rec, both during the school days, early mornings and evenings, to do that with families. For families and students for whom we did not have any contact, we did conduct home visits. We were able to, we had a 74% success rate with that process. We had a small number. We were able to go into homes, talk with the families and students about the options, and to make choices. In addition, we provided opportunities for families and students to look at the option and the array of schools that were available to them, both through preview events that were held at the school, as well as some tours that were available. So just looking at the enrollment data, just for 9th and 10th grade, as you will recall, the rising 11th graders have been provided the opportunity to move as a cohort to the Irving, and we'll talk about that in the next slide. But we received choice forms from all but 15 students. Those current numbers show 17, but as of today, there are 15 only that we're missing. 8 of them are in the process of working with the Re-Engagement Center through their options, and then we have 7 that have not responded or who do not plan to return to BPS due to things like moving out of the city or other things of that nature. So with the senior class transition, there are 124 rising seniors. Approximately 35% have participated in the choice process and made other options. We are in the process of planning for the other 80 or so students who will transition to the Irving, what the program design will look like. We're doing that in partnership with staff. There are 18 staff members who have signed up from Urban Science Academy and West Roxbury Academy to think about how the program design for the school. We've also begun the facilities work in terms of working both with the Irving and the West Roxbury USA staff on what that looks like for them, as well as the Boston Collegiate Collaborative High School in terms of their relocation, which will be the Gavin High School. We've already been working very closely with the UP network as well as the school leaders, and we'll continue to do that and come back with updates on that. Lastly, we are also attending to how we support the staff in this transition. We continue to have conversations with the union about this process, but have begun the hiring support process in terms of providing some options around resume and cover letter assessment and support. We'll be providing support around the MTEL as well as a career fair, so there are things that are underway for staff as well. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mary Driscoll to talk about the work that we're doing around the McCormick.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The last time I came before you to talk about this matter, I was joined by Andrea Zayas from our central office team, along with Principal Enriquez and Adina Schechter from the McCormick. And so since that time in October, we have been working a school-based team as well as a central office team that together thought about what are the aspirations of the 712 in terms of the students that we want to and need to serve. And so we developed a set of proposed criteria that was based on both the expertise that McCormick already brings to the table, along with the things we know that we need to serve, the populations we know that we need to serve as a district, and within the guidelines of Build BPS in terms of making sure that we're developing high quality learning spaces, particularly for our most vulnerable students. And so we developed a proposal. We sent it out to all school leaders and invited them to submit a statement of interest saying that they would like to be considered to be the partner of the McCormick in this opportunity to expand to 712. We had about 8 schools come to the table to get more information about the opportunity, and then we had 3 schools submit a letter of intent. And so at this point, we're in a process with 3 high schools and the McCormick team sort of analyzing the ability of each of the potential high school partners to meet the aspiration of this 712 expansion. And so the timeline that you see just gives some of the kind of key points of engagement that will happen through this process. There's a deep data analysis that central office departments are engaged in. There will be cross-site visits where each school partner will invite the McCormick team to come and see their climate and culture, share their mission and vision, and then the McCormick will host each high school partner. We'll bring together a community meeting for each community to get a sense of what the excitement for this opportunity is within the broader community. And then we anticipate bringing a recommendation to you sometime in April as to which of the 3 proposed partners is the strongest partner for the K-8, 712 expansion in the McCormick building. So that's the ongoing work concerning the McCormick 712. Contingent with that is work in what I call the McCormick ecosystem, the schools that have currently been feeding into the McCormick. So the Dever, the Perkins, the Tynan, the Everett, the Clapp, and the Russell are all K-5 schools where currently families have a guaranteed feeder to the McCormick. They're guaranteed a seat in that school when they leave 5th grade. With the conversion of the McCormick to a 712, it requires that these schools have some change in their feeder pattern or a change in their configuration. And so we've just begun a series of engagements with each of these school communities to, again, hear what their aspirations and intentions are for either pursuing a K-6 configuration or potentially remaining K-5 for the time being, or pursuing a 2-campus K-6 in the case of schools where the building might be not large enough on its own to house a K-6 community. So that process is underway. We've visited most of the school leaders this week, and then we look forward to engaging with school site council members in the following week. The other work stream that's related to this is looking at other K-6 expansions. And this is really in response to feedback that we received from the community as we rolled out the initial proposal. The initial proposal said that we would really only think about the McCormick feeder schools as candidates for K-6 expansion in the 2021 school year. And this committee heard from a number of school communities that feel very strongly that they don't want to wait much longer. They're ready. Their communities are very interested and engaged with the idea of K-6. Our committee went back and spent a lot of time really thinking through what would be the possibilities for entertaining some additional K-6 expansions that did not lead to the kind of unintended consequences that we've heard about just tonight from BTU school. And we did kind of a set of thought experiments where we took different K-5 communities and thought about, well, if they were to become K-6, whose feeder pattern would that disrupt? What are the opportunities for perhaps switching another school to compensate for that feeder pattern, or what would be the ability of the district to deliver a soft landing because of loss of enrollment? And so we feel confident that we would be able to entertain an additional number of K-6 expansions for the 2021 or 21-22 school year. We did land on kind of a set of guidelines that we shared with all of the current K-5 schools. Those include the fact that these would not be building expansions, so schools would need to be able to expand to K-6 within their current building. They would need to do that for all of the populations in the school, including if they had bubble classrooms in the lower grades. They would need to show that they had enough space for all of those students, if they were to choose to stay, to be able to stay through 6th grade. We said that we would be prioritizing schools that already serve high needs populations in addition to general ed students. And also that we're looking at expansions that will result in a K-6 structure that's sustainable. We know that our smallest K-5 buildings, while they're very beloved by families, are often some of our hardest schools to sustain because the enrollment is so small that a change of 2 or 3 students can really impact the small amount of resources that are available to those schools. And so as we look at this next round of K-6 expansions, we're really going to be doing a check for sustainability then, and not create a community that, you know, a few years down the road, we would then be in a situation where, you know, the model is not really sustainable because there's not enough enrollment either on the general ed side or the English learner side or the special education side. And so we have begun engagement. We've met with principals about this opportunity. We'll be going out again to school site councils that have interest, and we expect that sometime in May we'll bring an additional set of K-6 expansions to this community. Committee.
Thank you, Mary. One of the things we also want to talk tonight as part of our Build BPS plan is real estate management. I think just as a reminder, you all are aware that real estate management is one of the categories of work for Build BPS. Part of in that category, we have site selection, swing space, and property acquisition and divestment. And so under real estate management, one of the first things we did was take a look at one existing property that we have in BPS, which has been lying vacant for the last almost 4 years, and that is the Rogers Middle School building and property, which is located in Hyde Park. That building was closed in June of 2015, has literally been vacant for basically any use other than there have been minor uses where city partners such as the Boston Police got permits to go in and use the building for training of recruits and things of that nature, and other city partners who wanted to use the building would use it because it was a vacant property. It had virtually no investment in the last 4 years, other than some minor security, maintenance, and other things we needed to do in the building to secure it for the community. But it basically has been sitting dormant since that time. In July 31st of 2015, after the building was closed, at that time they did an assessment to determine what would it take if we wanted to bring this building online to use it as a future site for a school or even swing space. At that time, the building was in such deteriorated condition that to bring on a sort of comprehensive MSBA-style renovation would cause a minimum of $60 million and be likely a tear down and start from scratch. This year on December 1st, we asked our operations team to go in and do another assessment of the building to see where it's been and how far it's deteriorated in the almost 4 years that it's been closed. In fact, the building has become in such tough shape, we prohibited starting this summer any outside entities from accessing the building to use it for any sort of space at all, for trainings or anything like that. We couldn't just let people into the building because of the condition after being abandoned, for lack of a better term, for the last 4 years. Our team assessed that, in fact, the building had deteriorated in even greater condition. Due to inflation and the deterioration, it is now pegged that would be $80 million plus if we were to try to build a new building on this site or even use it as swing space, likely again becoming a complete tear down in order to make that happen. Up on the screen you'll see, and I won't read them all, but a really detailed list of pretty dramatic building needs that this building would take and the most latest to repair it, which was based on the most latest assessment of December 1st, 2018. And again, I won't read them all, but I will point out there's massive exterior work, including 100% repointing and waterproofing of the building, all new windows and exterior doors. The retaining walls need to be replaced or repaired. The interior is almost a complete loss when you look at fire stopping throughout the building. All of the lavatories would need to be replaced, a complete building clean out, woodwork and trim has to either be replaced or repaired, all interior doors and hardware throughout the building, all classes and offices to be updated and refurbished. And on the building code upgrading, you'll see that there are issues because of the design of the building and the age of the building, things that are part of the new, and if you could just go back to that slide, part of the new building code that was not part of the existing building or part of the original build, things like enclosing stairwells, no elevator or handicap ramp, laboratories are not handicap accessible, fire alarm, electrical, and plumbing are not only out of date, but don't work at all and would need to be completely repaired. So as you can see, there is really massive need in this building, and so we're assessing what we would like to do, you know, with this property at this time. We know that in Hyde Park, we have said as part of Bill BPS, it is a site for new elementary school. We know that elementary age students outnumber available seats, but we've also been before school committee and talked about how we have other areas of the city where we know there's much greater need. And our Bill BPS plan that we've talked with you several times articulates that we will be tackling the areas of greatest need first before we get to Hyde Park. So we will get to Hyde Park as part of Bill BPS, but because of the work that we're doing in the areas of the city that have the greatest need, we are likely years away from being able to work on a new elementary school in Hyde Park. So with that, we'd like to propose to the Boston Public Schools that we officially request that the Boston Public School Committee vote to surplus the Rogers Middle School building and land to the city of Boston. If the school committee was to vote to surplus the land and divest of this property would then be allowed to be placed under the care, custody, and control of the city of Boston to help meet the needs of other city priorities. The reality is that this is a parcel and a property that we won't be investing in anytime soon. It will continue to deteriorate. It will continue to be a public safety issue in the neighborhood in terms of always having to make sure we're maintaining the property. And it really would just be sitting vacant and dormant for years to come until we begin to implement Bill BPS changes in Hyde Park. We strongly believe that it's in the best interest of both the Bill BPS plan and this property in the neighborhood of Hyde Park that if we would ask the school committee to divest and surplus this property. The process would be, should the body choose to surplus this building and parcel, the Public Facilities Commission of the City of Boston would then take a vote to accept that parcel and property into the City of Boston's inventory. And in the City of Boston, there are two main departments that take over public property from other city agencies when they've surplused it. In this case, this property would go to the care and custody of the Department of Neighborhood Development, which takes most properties from other city agencies when they surplus them and then keep them in their care, control, and inventory. So we're asking for, at some point, the body to consider a vote to affirmatively surplus this parcel and begin the process to allow the Public Facilities Commission to accept that parcel and make it part of the City of Boston's inventory. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Consalvo and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Driscoll. I do want to open it up now to members for questions and discussion on this presentation tonight. Ms. Robinson.
Yes. I'm interested in hearing a little bit more about the plan about the McCormick. So the question is we've what, 6 middle schools that over time will also be transitioning into something. Is this the model that we're hoping to plan? Are we thinking of all of them becoming 7 to 12s, or would some of them potentially become K to 8s, or be partner with an elementary school to become a two campus K to 8? What's the overall plan, and how are we sort of practicing it with what's going on with the McCormick?
I think what we could say, we hope it's a model in terms of the engagement with that school community as well as the sort of larger needs of the community in which the school sits. So we know just based on the analysis of where students live and what the needs are that, for instance, the Irving and Roslindale in the Bill BPS report is cited to be at K-6 once it transitions, because there's a real need in that part of the city for K-6 seats. Whereas the Lilla Frederick in the Bill BPS report could actually be either a K-6 or a 7-12, and that, will be subject to kind of a neighborhood conversation about what best meets the needs of, kind of the ecosystem of schools in each neighborhood. But the idea of engagement and to, as much as possible, include the voice of the current school community in the plan for what moves forward.
It just seemed with the conversation that we had heard a little bit earlier with the BTU school that we currently have K to 8s that are struggling because of diminishing populations or too much choice. Is there any one place where we've really put out there for everyone to see what is our current population of 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in terms of people, and what numbers of current seats do we have? So because the idea that, you know, we have diminishing populations, you can't place children that don't exist if we have extra seats. But, you know, but people feel like if you give me a few more, then I would be okay, but those few other kids are going to come from someplace else. So how do we helping everyone who is really looking at these grades to really think both short-term and long-term as we're thinking about Build BPS, what the implications are versus what they're going through right now?
So the Office of Enrollment and the Office of Planning and Analysis work very closely together with the Build BPS team to look at exactly what you're talking about. What's the current total number of 6th graders? And then as we're making decisions about increasing 6th grade seats in one school or one part of the city, we can only do that responsibly if we have a plan for decreasing 6th grade seats at a different school in a different part of the city, and doing it in a way that has minimal impact on that school community that would be losing the enrollment. So we are able to look across and see, you know, how many current 6th, 7th, and 8th graders we have across the city, as well as in each school community. We're able to look at patterns of choice to see, in the case of feeder patterns, where families are actually taking the guaranteed seat to a middle school and where they're in fact exercising other options and not taking the guaranteed seat, but seeking seats in other places in our schools or other schools in the city.
Mm-hmm. But then how do we help schools themselves think about this? Because sometimes I think our language makes them feel like they're less than when they're, you know, we have diminishing populations. We use words that really don't adequately talk about what's happening. And so like giving a school a soft landing because of a change in population, well, we know there's going to be a change, but we still choose to keep schools fully open. So the question is, how do we make sure that schools that are open can fully work, regardless of those shifts in population? Because we're saying it doesn't just mean there's one teacher gone, it impacts lots of things, and the students who go to those schools still need to feel like they've got a full education happening. So to me, there needs to, part of Build BPS needs to look at sort of those kinds of fluctuations too, so it's not just about seats and buildings, but really about programs.
Yep. So I think we're doing two things. We are having conversations with school leaders by grade level so that they understand the impact of Build BPS, that we're engaging in dialogue and taking their input to think about our processes. In the current budget process, I think one of the things that our, to the credit of our budget office and finance team, have really tried to do well is work with individual schools, including their school site councils, to really problem solve and answer questions and think strategically about how they might start to resolve some of these issues. And so I think that's been a process that has received a lot of positive feedback from school communities. So I do think there is work that has to be done as we're going through our budget processes, but also the continued work that we're going to do with school leaders around Build BPS and how this impacts their work moving forward and doing planning with them and their school communities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Dr. Coleman.
Yeah, just for my education, so if we surplus, we give this property basically back to the city. Where's any guarantee when we need something later in this area that it will come back? What's the reciprocity agreement?
Sure. Please.
The line was cut off our slide.
Yeah, there is another line that was cut off. I don't know if this is on.
I can read it here. Oh, no, it is cut off. Let me read it
In the
here.
future, we will work with the city of Boston.
I think I'm back on. Yeah, so we have discussed with the city that in the future, when we do get to the point of Build BPS, we're in the Hyde Park community, we would work with the city to identify either another city parcel or other parcel that is available somewhere else in the neighborhood.
But, I mean, is that a guarantee or a maybe? You see what I'm saying?
We would guaranteed to be working with the city to identify another parcel.
And if we give this up, they'll for sure give us something back later. New mayor, new changes.
Well, I think the obviously, as we've talked about, the Build BPS being a long-term master planning process that goes beyond many, many years down the road. So I think the issue of needing seats in Hyde Park will exist even in the future, likely. So we would be able to, as part of the Build BPS plan, regardless of what administration, I think very confidently work to identify space and parcels in Hyde Park. I would say as a Hyde Park resident, there are a lot of space in Hyde Park. I think we would have success finding a space somewhere in the neighborhood, working with the community as part of the Build BPS process. That would be a great location for building a new school. One of the benefits of Southwest Boston and Hyde Park community is there are a lot of parcels, there is open space, it's not as densely populated, and I feel very confident that regardless of who is sitting at this table, we'd be working very closely with the city to identify that parcel.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Coleman. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Consalvo. The benefit of you being the former city councilor from Hyde Park, you certainly know the neighborhood. You know every single parcel. I want to come back to that issue. I actually want to start first with the McCormick. And Superintendent, I want to thank you and your team. The work you were doing with the McCormick community in hearing their concerns when the traditional approach was for the district to make a decision and then issue by fiat to a school, here's what we're doing. And I think we started to do that with McCormick, and you stopped it in the tracks, you and your team, and are now working closely with the McCormick community. And this process where you've invited high schools to say, okay, if you want to join with the McCormick and move to a 7 or 12, you can apply. We're going to work with the McCormick community. And by doing that, you are ensuring that the voices of the teachers who are specialists in teaching 7th and 8th graders, which are unique individuals, and anyone who has had teenagers works with them knows that, right? So you are recognizing their particular expertise in that. And the way you are doing this is groundbreaking, and I think it is precedent-setting for how we approach changes to other communities. So first of all, I want to thank you for that, because I do recognize how different this is. And if you notice, we don't have 50 people from the McCormick community here saying to us how upset they are, and that means you are working closely with them, including from folks in the neighborhood. So your attention to not just the student community and the school community, but also the neighborhood who feels such ownership of that parcel and the 2 schools there is very impressive. So I need to make sure to call you out on that. Also, the work you're doing about the feeder schools, and I understand exactly what you mean. We've thought about the CLAP many times over the years, and it's such a small school. There's no physical way they could be a K-6, but could they be part of a 2-campus solution where all the students are moving together, same shared leadership that we have seen work at some other schools well? That's a potential, so thank you for thinking about that. One question I did want to ask is, you're talking about inviting K-5 schools who may want to expand to K-6. Have you thought about and have you had conversations, and do you plan upon inviting, and I'm being very respectful of K-8 communities. Many school communities believe deeply in K-8. They fought hard to get their school to a K-8, and they're very nervous we're going to yank that away. So I'm glad in all the planning we are continuing to talk about K-8, 9 to 12, or K-6, 7 to 12. And having a portfolio approach to that. And I'm deeply appreciative of that. I also believe that there were some K-8 communities that, if given the choice and the opportunity to think about it, they may be interested in going into K-6 for 2 reasons. One, we've heard about it from BTU Pilot. I can name a half dozen other K-8s that are really struggling with 7th and 8th grade. They have such a drop-off to the exam schools, to charter schools, to parochial schools at that level, that they're struggling to fill those classes and fill its training resources from their school. And secondly, that there is such a demand for their school at the early years that if they didn't have a 7th and 8th, that may allow them the ability, for example, to add I think you used the phrase, Ms. Driscoll, a bubble. They, in a big year, they may be able to add another strand or add an additional kindergarten, a 3rd instead of a 2nd, et cetera. So I would think some schools would be interested, if they're offered the opportunity, to consider it and decide on their side, are they interested in going to a K-6? And I don't know if you have approached schools or offered them that opportunity or thinking about it in the future.
We absolutely are thinking about it. We, again, are going to start with the McCormick ecosystem. So there are 2 K-8s that are in basically the same catchment area, although they're obviously not feeder schools to the McCormick, but the Perry and the Condon are both K-8s in that same part of the city. The Perry is our only single-strand K-8. There's just one general ed classroom per grade. They also have a substantially separate special needs strand that currently only goes through 5th grade, and then those students exit at 5th grade because there's not space to serve the upper grades for the special needs students. And so they are very interested, and we are engaged in conversations with them about moving to a K-6, which would allow all of the students, including the specialized strand students, to remain in the school through 6th grade. So we're absolutely thinking about that. We, again, want to move slowly and learn as we go, because as you say, this is sort of new work. And so at this point, we're engaging just with the schools in the McCormick area, but we imagine that just as we opened up more opportunities for K-6 expansion, that at some point in the future, we would go and talk with other K-8s that might want to explore trimming back to K-6.
But I think it's critical you do with the process you've been doing now, which is open and honest communications with the school leaders and the school site councils. Thank you for pointing that out, and working closely with them too. We heard from a president of a board of one of our pilot schools tonight of concern of being told by the district something versus working with them. So the approach I'm hearing from you on this is working closely with school leaders and school site councils and let them decide if they want to be a part of something. And I really encourage that process to continue. Just one more question. So, Councilor, I still have to call you Councilor. Once you have the title, you always have the title, particularly publicly. So, Councilor Consalvo, I understand the concerns raised about the Rogers, and I agree. I know we've looked at it at swing space in the past and have decided it doesn't make sense physically. We've looked at it for a number. I think we looked at it for BAA as potential swing space, right, when we were trying to find swing space for them. We looked at it for a bunch of schools. So I understand the concerns about putting money into it. It sounds a little bit like West Roxbury Academy or West Roxbury Education Complex, where part of our justification for not needing it anymore is because of we haven't put maintenance into it in the years. The difference being here, it has been a closed building. Having said that, I, like Dr. Coleman, get a little nervous about, in sports analogies, making a trade for a player to be named later. And that's not even in a contract. That's a kind of a promise that there'll be a player to be named later. And we have to have an inventory of property to have flexibility and do things. And if we have identified that there was a need in Hyde Park, and I used to live right up the street. I lived on Elm Street, right between the Hyde Park Education Complex and the Rogers. I know it well, and I agree with you completely that with the Southwest Corridor, there's still a lot of vacant property. But vacant property is being snapped up and built on over this entire city. Every time we blink, every time we go down a street we haven't been down in a few months, there's a new building going up. And so if we know there's a need, why aren't we working now with the city to identify a property that we could put a hold on and in effect do a trade instead of disposing of this now and then, and the city has been fantastic partners, and we're a dependent district, we're not an independent district, I get all of that. And of course the city's gonna support you. But we also have a public that wants to have faith in our district and wants to have belief in what we're doing. And we all know that if this school committee votes to dispose of a property, as we say that there's a need in Hyde Park, people are going to criticize us and saying, what are we doing giving up property? And, well, what's going to end up there? Is there going to be a charter school there or something like that? We're going to hear that. And that would be a concern of mine, and I'm sure of many others as well. And so is there a way to work with the city to identify a property and put hold on something and have them understand that we do have a need in Hyde Park? And if they have property, now's the time to identify it.
So I think it's great questions. I think, first off, we are in discussions with the city. Obviously, we've spoken to the city about this idea of surplusing this property. We do have a strong commitment for the city to work with us on identifying another location that might, in fact, even be a better location somewhere in the neighborhood that is a better parcel that might better uniquely be a fit for a new build of an elementary school to meet that need in Hyde Park. So the commitment is there from the city to have a process that will allow us to identify another site. There is nothing that prohibits that process from beginning to start now, like you suggested. As we know, there are many large industrial big parcels, both owned by D&D and privately in the Hyde Park corridor area, because we have so much open space and not as much density as other parts of the city. So there is, in fact, that opportunity to begin to look at that. Bill BPS does call for 5 new builds, and we have our circles where they would be in a sort of an area. So our process already does call for identifying new parcels and new areas of the city where we might be able to build schools that are in areas of need. So it falls within that precedent of already being, that's something that we're already doing. So I think that is something we could do. And I also think that we know that while there is a need, we are committed to other areas of the city where there is greater need. And we've talked to this body and have publicly said at community meetings where we want our 5 new builds to geographically be located. And we've even talked about areas like North Dorchester, North Mattapan, South Dorchester, and East Boston as areas where we need immediate builds, and we know we're starting with the McCormick as an immediate need. So to be able to surplus this property, allow the Public Facilities Commission to accept it, put it into D&D, does ensure that it won't go to a charter school or some other private entity. Because
it does
or
does not?
It does, because it would be in the inventory of the City of Boston as a City of Boston parcel owned by the Department of Neighborhood Development. They often and frequently put out parcels for other important city priorities that are city use. So we wouldn't be giving it to a private developer. We wouldn't be selling it to a charter school. In fact, by D&D taking it, it would ensure that the city decides its future for whatever city needed that it needs. So
couldn't the city theoretically decide to lease it to a charter school?
I mean, the Department of Neighborhood Development is not in the leasing of property business to private entities like charter schools. Having worked at D&D, I'm not aware of any time they've done that. So I think there's a check and balance, that the fact that it is being retained by a city agency, and the Department of Neighborhood Development does have the consistent history of maintaining and holding on to city properties.
My final question, Mr. Chair, is, and thank you for your indulgence, and I'm going to say this very respectfully. Again, we work very closely with the city, and we're a dependent district. I'm acknowledging all of that. They've been enormous partners. We are doing Build BPS every step of the way with them. We could not do it without the mayor's commitment for funding, with what Public Facilities Department is doing. I totally get that. And yet I, as an individual school committee member, are charged to look out for Boston Public Schools. And so is not now the time to have discussions with the city about trading property versus trading for a player to be named later, as the promise of a player to be named later, so to speak?
Well, you know what, I'm going to interject here, and you know,
I'm just being hypothetical here. We're not voting on anything tonight. This is simply the beginning of a proposal.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and you know, I guess I'm sort of uncomfortable with the construct that we are an independent. I think let me rephrase that. I appreciate that you have identified that we are a dependent district and rely heavily on the city for provision of any number of facilities and resources that we use to do our work here as a school district. So, you know, within that context, I think I'm a little uncomfortable with the idea that we would necessarily need to trade properties with the city as if it were a separate and independent entity from the schools, because we are necessarily part of the city. And so I think, you know, within that context and thinking about, you know, how we're going to work over time here with the city through Build BPS, and even independent of Build BPS, think decades down the road or even decades in the past, whenever we've needed to identify a building and build a new school in response to whatever our enrollment changes are, or enrollment increases or decreases, that's a role that the city plays, and the city is obligated to provide us with the necessary facilities in order to carry that that mission out. So I think, you know, from the context of, you know, I don't know that we're necessarily dealing from a position of power in the sense of, you know, we have buildings that are available to be surplused could then be traded for an option at a later date. But having said that, I think the process that Mr. Consalvo has laid out in response to your question, Mr. O'Neill, with respect to what the process is for identifying those parcels that might be available in the future that would be useful for development, is a worthy one for us to explore. And I think that the timing would be right to have that conversation and begin that exploration in a public and intentional way, because you are right about what the market looks like. These lots are being snatched up, and we are thinking about a 10-year plan, but 10 years can go by like that. We started talking about this plan 5 years ago, right? And so from that perspective, having the land that might be useful, even if it's a couple years down the road as this process moves its way through, would provide us with the opportunity to then be able to move in an appropriate manner. And I would say that within that context, we do have greater needs within the district that outstrip the needs for expansion in Hyde Park currently. We do have areas of the city where the student supply well exceeds the seat supply. Hyde Park's not one of those, and in fact we have an oversupply of students at the elementary level in Hyde Park relative to the existing buildings. At the same time, we've got a number of high schools that are currently sited within Hyde Park. We've also have a number of charter schools that already exist in Hyde Park. So when we think about relative priority here, the time is not right for us to use that building, and having that building sit there and rot essentially and fall further and further away from what would be a habitable condition. I don't want to pull numbers out of a hat, but I believe it was $80 million was the estimate to rehabilitate that building for the use of a school. At the current time, I can imagine that as we get further down the road, if we were to retain that building, what that might look like, not only with deterioration, but also just the continual increase of building costs that occur over time.
And Mr. Chair, I agree with you, particularly as a former neighbor of it. We always have to be conscious of our neighbors, and if we're not going to use a building for a long time, it's not right for a neighborhood for a building to sit vacant. Mm-hmm. And I by no means want to imply that I don't trust the city. They're enormous partners with us. We all work very closely with them, and they have done tremendous work so far working with us on Bill PS. So I don't want to give that impression in the slightest. But I had read this as, it said Hyde Park is a potential site for new elementary school. Elementary age students outnumber available seats. So I read this as, in fact, it is an area of need right now. Mm-hmm. And as is, Mattapan and a few other areas that are all identified in Bill BPS. And so I didn't want to just put off to, this will be the type of thing we'll get to in the future. I think now is the time, with what's going on in the city, to work with the city and identify a piece of property. But I by no means want to imply a lack of trust with our partners with the city. In fact, they have been amazing to work with.
And just to close that point, Mr. O'Neill, regarding communicating with the city, we are talking with them regularly on this issue and about what it would look like to identify a future parcel. But it speaks to the greater point. We are constantly communicating from an intergovernmental relations perspective with all of the city agencies that will impact Bill BPS in a dramatic way, such as our partners at public facilities, such as Public Works, such as the BPDA. So these are daily conversations we are having, not just on this particular piece, but on the broader plan as a whole.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. O'Neill, and thank you for that, Mr. Consalvo. Ms. Oliver-Davila.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to echo some of the comments in terms of the thoughtfulness of the way that we're doing this process. So I really was glad to hear about looking at schools that take high-need students, and that looking at the school's capacity and sustainability is really important, and making sure of the feeder patterns, I can't talk tonight, too much Dayquil, and making sure that, we look at the unintended consequences of other schools. So I want to say thank you and continue that work. My one comment would be that I continue to hear about talking to school leaders and the site councils. I think it's a broader conversation in the communities, so I hope that that is also happening, because you can't just have some parents that are able to be part of the conversation, or families, really making sure that everybody is included in those conversations. And then my other comment is around the 6 to 12 piece, and we heard testimony time and again about middle school's uniqueness. So I just want to encourage, and I'm sure you're already doing this, but maybe we could hear a little bit more about it, is what is the programming? So just, I know you build it, they will come. That's not necessarily true. So, we want to make sure that whatever we're doing, that families are really excited, that they're as excited about the 6th to 8th grade time period as they are when they start school. So how will programming be different and innovative, and what are kind of the thoughts as we move to having some 6 to 12? So I'd be interested in I'm sure in a longer term way you're talking about it, and I hope would come back and kind of share with us your thoughts on that, and obviously making sure to include school leaders in that conversation, and again, families, to kind of what are the things that they want to see, that we've heard, again, testimony around the college access piece during the day, the internships, the dual enrollment, and how can we start that work in the 6th grade, to make it exciting. And then just my last comment is, or question, I guess, is I agree, the city, we are the city, the city is a great partner, and has supported us, as we know, especially with funding, resources, as we know, with the lacking state aid that we have. But going back to the piece of property, am I incorrect in thinking that there are some schools, that BPS schools, that have been leased to charter schools? Am I incorrect in saying that? 4.
There are 4.
Okay, so I guess that's where Mr. O'Neill's comments come from. So I just want to also encourage that, because I think we want to make sure, and my daughter goes to charter school, so I have no either way. I just want to make sure, because that is, my role here is to make sure that I am speaking up for Boston Public School families. So I just also want to echo Mr. O'Neill's comments to make sure that we have some assurances on that. I know we have assurances with DND that they're not going to turn around and sell it to a developer, and that'll become, market rate. But I think hearing that, hearing us say that is really, really important. And my last comment is, again, so right now Hyde Park is one of the most affordable neighborhoods in Boston, and that is like, the train is going that way. And so although I agree with you that right now there might be parcels, I think that identifying a parcel now is really important, because families are moving. Mattapan, Hyde Park are some of the most affordable neighborhoods, again, in Boston, and I think we should just be proactive. So even if we're not going to be doing something there right now, we know families will be moving there because it is affordable, because there is space, and so just being proactive and making that plan now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davila. Mr. Tran has a brief question. Excuse me.
Hi. Just a very short comment. First of all, I do support the divestment. However, when we speak about the school committee as a body working for the students and the administration of the school, I do strongly, very strongly support the idea of reciprocity that is raised by both of my colleagues here, Dr. Coleman as well as Michael O'Neill. I understand that we work with the Boston mayor, the city council, and whatnot, but there is a commitment that we need to make, and that commitment has to be reciprocal. And I do support the fact that if there is a way, a process where there is certain regardless of how strong, notwithstanding how strong or vague that comes from the administration regarding a commitment when we divest this property, I believe that it should be put on the table. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Tran. And, you know, if I can interject, you know, we have I want to make sure we go back and talk about a few of the other items that have been part of the presentation tonight, but I suppose the Rogers has been the issue of the evening for discussion. You know, I think back to what we did with respect to the divestment of the field property at the McCormick School some months ago, and put some guardrails on that, if you will. You know, we spoke about what the intended uses were for that that property, and what might happen if the I think the advertised or solicited use for that property didn't conform to the needs of the adjacent school buildings. And you know, so when I'm thinking here and listening to this conversation about, you know, what are the potentials that we can think about for putting some guardrails on what that property might be used for, as we move to a vote on whether or not to access this this property, we can be mindful of that language once again with respect to how we might use this, or we might direct the district, not the district, but the city, to use this property going forward. And I would think that, you know, we've heard about charters. I think we can absolutely say that we do not want this building being used by charter schools. That's absolutely running counter to our interest. And frankly, you know, I don't see why we would want that building as a city being used as a charter school. One, given the amount of work that it would take to just get the building up to a habitable level, but also the market saturation that you find within that area of the city, particularly among the charter sector. And I think as we go through, as we continue to have these conversations, we might want to further consider what other types of uses or limits might be preferable for the city as well as the school community. And I'd say to you, Mr. Consalvo, I know there's been discussions within the Hyde Park community to date about what might be a logical use for the Rogers building, and so to whatever extent that might be able to inform, you know, the limits on use or the preferred uses for the building would be helpful for us as we, you know, take this under consideration. So I think we could probably come back on that. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on that this evening, but I think we've heard loud and clear that, you know, we do have concerns about, you know, specific types of uses and how that might run counter to the BPS mission. I will go back, and I just want to give a kudos to the team that's been working very hard, or continue to work very hard with the West Roxbury Education Complex, both with the student body as well as the staff within the school. The numbers look tremendous with respect to the outreach that's been that's occurred with respect to the students, ensuring that students are being apprised of what their options are and being walked through that process to understand what the attendant opportunities are with respect to moving to a new building next year. I also want to note that you did mention that interest bargaining is ongoing with the BTU with respect to the staff, and you've noted earlier in the presentation a number of the steps you've taken to support that staff to date. So I want to thank you specifically for that, and we have asked for regular updates, and you've been very forthcoming, both the superintendent and her superintendent reports as well as in the presentation tonight, and we know we'll continue to hear from that as we move through into the next year. And then a final note, you know, I think there's been quite a bit of conversation tonight about the K-6 and 7-12 / K-8, 9 to 12 defaults, if you will, that the districts appears to be moving towards. And, you know, I think a lot of the conversation and a lot of the presentation with respect to the K-5s that might be interested in moving into K-6s has been centered around the McCormick. But what I think I heard you say, and I think it bears repeating, is that other school communities that exist outside the orbit of the McCormick are also encouraged. And, you know, we know the Manning was talked about earlier this evening is just one of those schools that would have some interest. Those schools are also going to be allowed to solicit or bid for the opportunity to expand to a K-6 for school year 2021. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
If I may, just for a moment, so yes, that is the correct understanding, and for some of them, it could be as early as school year September 2020, so it would be school year 2021. This is in response to demand that we have heard citywide for schools that wish to add K-6. There are about 28 of them who would like to, but not all of them are ready to move this quickly. Some of them may have some complications around space, but it was a modification that we made in response to their feedback and desire to allow them to accelerate the timeline by setting out a number of criteria and then being in close communication. So some of those schools might be able to add their 6th grade as early as September 2020. Some may come in with a request that would not happen until 2021. Initially, as you know, we were not planning on additional K-6 expansions outside of the McCormick until a year, as to be, 2 to 3 years out. So this is in response to feedback, and we have gotten some enthusiastic responses.
Superintendent, it should be noted as well, I don't think this has been widely enough appreciated, but we've been having this discussion for a number of years around the idea of changing what those defaults are around the way that the district is structured. And we've been talking, I think, a lot in very broad terms without specifics. And so I think it deserves recognition, the work that you've done, and specifically just earlier this year, providing a bona fide set of principles to school leaders across the district to say, this is exactly how you need to organize your thoughts with respect to giving us a presentation on why it makes sense for your school building to move to K-6 or to 7 to 12, vice versa, or maybe K-8 and 9 to 12 as well. And so I want to thank you for that, because that's the clarity that we've needed, and that's the clarity that's necessary for us to be able to begin to really weigh and start to prioritize what those bids will be. That will be coming in over a period of time. Ms. Driscoll, as you mentioned as well, there might very well be a number of single-strand K-5s out there that might do better here by combining and creating an upper-lower like we see in a number of schools across the district. And I think that would be part and parcel of this bidding process that the district's begun to articulate to its schools. And so, I want to note all that, because I think it's important for us to reflect on the fact that we're very eager for this type of change. We're very eager to simplify and right-size the district. It's been a long time coming, and we've made some steps in that direction in fits and starts. But I think the work that's been done very recently is really putting us on the path to create a meaningful process for evaluating how we order that change over a long-term period of time.
And I do want to note that you're right, there is a lot of eagerness, and but that most likely not all of the schools that are looking to become K-6 in the 2021 school year or 21-22 won't be able to accommodate all of them, because we're not planning another middle school going offline. So this idea of unintended consequences, if we're adding 6th grade seats, we have to be sure we have a plan for where we're decreasing 6th grade seats. And that's why originally we said we would make those changes in conjunction with taking a middle school offline, because that's where we have a lot of 6th grade seats. So while we're going to put the offer out to schools to raise their hand, there will be a process then of really vetting them against these guidelines we've been talking about. And so we'll land on some number that is a number that we know will result in sustainable school communities, but also an overall sustainable set of 6th grade choices across the city.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Driscoll, and that's helpful additional context. I do want to note that typically we do take action at the next meeting. on recommendations that have come forward for a vote. And it's been recommended tonight for us to take action on the disposition of the Rogers. We do have 2 meetings in back-to-back weeks in March, and I think it might be appropriate to invoke the Robinson rule. Ms. Jerry Robinson has suggested this in the past, that we take an additional meeting here in order to hear back from any community members that may feel the need to provide us with their input on the proposal on the Rogers. And so I would suggest that our next meeting is March 20th, but we have a meeting the following week on March 27th. It might be appropriate for us to take action on the Rogers proposal at the March 27th meeting.
And I'll just add that given the questions and comments, we can certainly continue to work with the city and come back with any clarifications and updates. But to your earlier comment, we will, our understanding is that there's absolutely no question of this property going to a charter. The issue of community needs is about broader needs, whether they be housing or others. For vulnerable populations, we will get a better sense of how quickly we can begin to identify plans for other property that would be suitable for a school and suitable for the size of school that we might wish to build, which the current facility isn't necessarily that. For those of you familiar with the Rogers footprint, it's a very old, narrow, sort of parochial school footprint. Up on a hill, doesn't allow much outside space, which is one of the reasons that, to some of the earlier questions, Hyde Park is eventually a neighborhood where we need to build another school. It is not at the top of the list, as we've clearly said, that the Mattapan-Dorchester line, East Boston, and then obviously the McCormick and some others. So there's capacity issues of doing too many buildings at once. That's why we were quite comfortable that we would not be moving to the Hyde Park, so it would continue to be a facility once we had determined that there's no way it is usable for swing space. And that we are definitively clear on, given the amount of renovations and repairs. It's essentially a knockdown rebuild, regardless of what one does there. So it will continue to be a defunct property sitting there, which is why it makes sense to offer it up with the assurance that we will have the city's assistance either to swap a property or to purchase a property if that's what is necessary. So we can clarify some of that, but I just want to be very clear, even in this room tonight, that just as the school committee holds and guards very carefully its responsibility on behalf of the students, so do we in collaboration with discussions with the city. And so none of the specters that were raised here are remotely part of what has been discussed. We are looking forward to a property in due time when we need it in Hyde Park. But I do take the exhortation of in due time could be very soon, simply because it is a long-running time frame to access property, but that is currently the understanding, and we can clarify any of that as needed before the final vote.
Well, thank you again, Superintendent. That's, again, helpful context as we move forward here. Thank you once again, Mr. Consalvo, Ms. Driscoll, Ms. Roberts, and your whole team who's joined you tonight. Again, we look forward to hearing further from the public in the intervening weeks, and we'll take action on the on this disposition proposal at the March 27th meeting. Okay, we're going to move back to our next report, which is an update on the Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Policy Implementation Plan, which will include an update from the Opportunity and Achievement Gaps Task Force. At this time, I'd like to invite Dr. Colin Rose, our Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Opportunity Gaps, as well as the OAG Task Force Co-Chair, Ayeli Shakur, to please step forward with their presentation. But first, I'd like to invite Interim Superintendent Peril to offer her introductory comments.
Thank you, Chair Lecanto. As the presenting team gets settled, we are looking forward to hearing an overview of the district's implementation plan for its Opportunity and Achievement Gap Policy. Dr. Colin Rose, Assistant Superintendent of the Office of Opportunity Gaps, will speak to his office's strategic priorities and discuss what he and his team have accomplished the challenges they faced and what work lies ahead. The plan takes on targeted strategies to help drive BPS in becoming a more equitable education system, particularly the work to strengthen our educational and instructional approach through developing culturally and linguistically sustaining practices. As a district with an unwavering eye on equity, the Office of Opportunity Gaps is doing some of our most critical work, collaborating with multiple departments to eliminate the cultural and structural barriers that exist for our marginalized students. The implementation plan has far-reaching implications for many of our policies and strategies, from funding and budgeting to family engagement, to hiring and recruitment of educators, to academics. As you will hear in the presentation tonight, and may sometimes not even be evident, much of the work embedded in the implementation plan you already see in front of you. You see it in the equity statements that accompany each of our proposals. You see it in the Opportunity Index, which was developed by the Opportunity Gaps and Opportunity Gap Office in collaboration with others. So there are important steps that have been embedded, the equity analysis tool that we use for our decision making. So I'm excited to have you hear about how some of this work has rolled out across the district, as well as the work yet to do, of which there is much and many as we continue on this journey. But with that, I will turn things over to Dr. Rose, who's joined by Harold Miller, our Senior Director for the Opportunity Gaps Policy and District Transformation, as well as two of our Opportunity and Achievement Gap Task Force co-chairs, of course, our own school committee member, Jerry Robinson, and Build CEO, Ayala Shakur.
Thank you and good evening, school committee. I have a very long presentation in front of me. You will not hear me speak to every single point in this presentation, but I wanted to give you a thorough update of where we are in the district around implementation, and then feel free to ask any questions if I skip any information that you're interested in afterwards, okay? Really, what we're going to do today is go a little bit over our strategic priorities out of my office, since we don't get in front of you all that often, very briefly. Then review the policy and implementation plan process, and then get into the meat of the actual objectives. Where were some of our accomplishments? Where are some of our challenges and some of our next steps? And then have a summary of our statistics kind of as a district, explain our tracker, which we built for the implementation plan, and make connections to our upcoming performance meter as our data dashboard for the district identified in Objective 1. And then Ayala is going to take the lead on point 5 around the next steps for the task force, especially around new membership and our outstanding tasks. I always start my presentations off with this Boston Public Schools problem of practice. It was created 3 summers ago in 2016 and still stands today. It was built with the district leadership at PELP at Harvard in 2016, and it grounds our work, and it's meant to inspire action, which is why it's so stark. There's a reaction to the work started to of the task force and our office, specifically CLSP, which we will get into in a few moments. Briefly, I wanted to go into some of the major work streams out of my office, knowing that there isn't much time for an elongated update on our work today. We see our work in 3 buckets, namely the system, which can be the systematic oversight, the adults in capacity building, the students with our programming. Our systemic work really drives the other 2 buckets, and it flows through the OAG policy and its implementation. We are part of many district initiatives and have led or been part of working groups that have created some of the equity innovations listed above. Our adult work centers on culturally and linguistically sustaining practices, or CLSP. This involves direct professional development, as well as thought partnership with offices and schools across BPS. And then we have some innovative programming whose ultimate target is creating student experiences to benefit our historically marginalized populations. Here you can read a list of some of the major programs we have incubated or reformed over the past few years. Now I briefly want to review the Opportunity Achievement Gap policy approved by the school committee in the summer of 2016. There are 6 main objectives that deal in 3 main buckets focused on creating change for some of our most marginalized populations, namely Black and Latinx students, students with disabilities, English learners, and economically disadvantaged students. The first main bucket kind of focuses on cultural proficiency, that's objectives 2 through 4. Not only in terms of practices and our approaches to education of children, but also around the diversity needed across all the layers of our systems to do that effectively. The second bucket really is around examining some of our structures that can be barriers to opportunity for our marginalized populations, including budgets, operations, and some larger policy. Third, the ecological support from students, families, and communities as partners for creating opportunities needed for success of our most marginalized student populations. And really what we see as the blueprint to this policy is the implementation plan that we created. I'd like to quickly review the steps we took to complete the implementation plan, which was really created during this 2016-2017 school year and presented to school committee in July of 2017. Initially, my office sat down with every department head across central office in Boston Public Schools to start crafting SMART and process goals. Based on some of the opinion of the task force for a starting point, that particular office would then draft goals, draft some goals from our meeting, then come back to our task force and present the goals in feedback sessions. The task force would push back sometimes very hard at those offices, and we went through rounds of editing, finalizing, until we got to a final implementation plan in July of 2017 that was ultimately presented. The implementation plan was not just what individual office could do or what certain areas of the district needed to change, but was really a chance to push the view that everybody's work in the district was around equity and that our collective efforts would go much farther and deeper than any one office could accomplish. Some have questions about the number of goals. It's a little bit over 100 goals. But we were dealing with around 25 distinct units across 4 years. That isn't to say that some goals aren't more important or strategic than others, but beyond the discrete strategies, we needed a collective equity push bigger than the sum of our departments. So the implementation plan had a dual purpose of creating the equity innovations we needed to have, while also creating the conditions where everyone is focused on equity as a core part of their work. Over the past 2 years, I've seen one strategy help build out another, and multiple offices come together to get some major goals done. Also, we recognize that there were offices that were very much aligned to the spirit of the policy already, and some that were much farther behind. It was important to be thought partners and push offices to move across the continuum to where they were, to where we needed them to get, which made the co-construction of these goals extremely important in the process. My team obviously comes to the work with a very critical lens, but we understand and recognize that we live in a constructivist reality. So it's not only about the knowledge of what the outcome should be, but it's also about knowing how to navigate and get to that outcome and helping people get to those outcomes. Objective 1 of the policy really spells out the district's role in oversight of the policy, which has myself and the office as the implementers of the policy as designees. Some recent changes to my positioning has myself and the policy work as a dotted line to the superintendent, while the work of the office, especially on the adult and the student-facing work, stays within the asset office. Some specific elements that it calls for in Objective 1, equity impact statements are the norm now when people present to school committee. And the data dashboard to monitor subgroup performance, I will talk about later when we explore our performance meter and its functionality. I will now go over the major accomplishments, challenges, and next steps for each of the sub-objectives in the policy, highlighting some accomplishments along the way. I do not do this to paper over the real challenges, we still have, but to take some time to quote unquote step off the stage, as you will, and acknowledge the hard work folks have put in and some truly innovative initiatives that we brought to reality. Objective 2.1 speaks to a clear definition for cultural proficiency across the district. It was the first question I asked when I came to my position a little over 3 years ago. How do we define it? How do we teach it? How do we support it? And then how do we hold people accountable for it? And there was no clear answer. And so we went to work creating culturally and linguistically sustaining practices, or CLSP, as I will refer to it moving forward. This is the definition for CLSP after multiple iterations, feedback from all layers of the system and beyond. We wrote it in a way not only to encompass student-facing behaviors, but we made it inclusive of all in the system and their work. So we view CLSP as the engine of equity across our district. There are 3 core competencies to CLSP that all adults in the system should constantly be working on. I'll let you read that. CLSP works against the mindset that education is divorced from issues of race, bias, culture, and identity. The color blindness, so to speak, that the Annenberg and CCE reports said was widespread across BPS in 2014. With that understanding, CLSP becomes the base of the pedagogical, social, emotional, and curricular frames we need for our students. It also becomes the frame of the work that we all need to be doing across the district to ensure that our structures, our policies, and practices are creating a more equitable system every day for our most marginalized students. This table shows some of the products of the CLSP work to date over the last couple of years. They represent some of the major content and support, as well as the new accountability and measures that were created. Currently, there's a continuum of practices on the ground. In some places, these are more evident than others. The work is deeper than others, and that's both due to the readiness of schools, and in some cases, the uneven or lack of support that was brought with some of the objectives that I'll get to later in this presentation. An anecdote that I will share now is, though, there's a school that we've worked with over the past couple of years out of our office. Some of our leadership team did a walkthrough recently with the school leader and saw a highly engaging lesson. Afterwards, the school leader gave feedback on how great the lesson was, but had a question for the teacher. When asking for student involvement, all hands were raised in a very diverse classroom, but all 6 that teacher called were white children. The teacher was unaware of this, and they went on to have a really rich discussion, principal to teacher. 2 years ago at this school, this conversation would have never happened, which shows some of the progress we've already made in a relatively short amount of time and what we're actually pushing for with CLSP. Our next steps are trying to close the knowledge loop with those within the district and those who are coming into the district. We will hopefully finish an online platform to provide the content of our foundational professional development to those who currently we do not reach. As discussed briefly, we also know that the change in mindset and practices need to come with more concrete supports out of the asset offices and other offices within BPS. We will touch on that more in other objectives, as this is part of some of explicit goals within the policy. Objective 2.2 of the policy speaks to our systems of reporting bias-based incidents in a way that is transparent and encourages people to speak out. The Office of Equity under Becky Schuster has created a pretty seamless system for bringing us into the 21st century around data entry and storage and analysis. The office has also spent a lot of time and effort prompting people to understand that they are the place to report bias-based incidents, which has led to a major increase in reporting. We have also collaborated around the racial equity tool, my office and hers, that brings the process of equity to the forefront of planning during initiatives or policies. This has been in use for the last 2 years and continues to grow in its use in central office. Next steps in this area are to create more official guidelines around the racial equity tool, and also start using the great data that is being collected by the Equity Office to do some proactive addressing of trouble areas so they don't spike up as much. Objective 3.1 speaks to diversity, and with all the research on how important it is to even have one teacher that looks like you in the classroom, The implementation plan first addressed new strategies for diversifying the teaching force. And the first major accomplishment to report is an initiative around diversity targets at schools. For the district to continue to reduce racial, cultural, and linguistic diversity gaps between students and staff, BPS believes strategic change needs to both happen at the central office level and the school level. This year, for the first time, school leaders are being asked to utilize their school diversity data, some of what you see here, to set annual school diversity benchmarks along with their academic superintendents. This target will factor into their evaluation. If you look at the data we give schools, you will notice the parity index, which tells schools how many teachers of which subgroup it would take to get to 3/4, 2/3, and 3/4 of their student population. You also see the average amount of vacancies that school has had over the last several years, which speaks to their availability to change their demographics, and the amount of years it would take to get those parity goals given a certain percentage of diverse hires every year. To recap 3.1, we are implementing diversity targets for all schools. We are also able to hit our diversity target, our target for diversity-focused schools, which were schools with a significant amount of openings and huge disparities between their student and teacher populations. In FY19, we are also able to gain more funding for pipeline and licensure prep. While OHC has improved their ability to use quantitative data to figure out retention strategies for teachers and administrators of color, a challenge has arisen in getting qualitative data on why teachers and administrators of color leave. There have been attempts to collect this, but we probably need a more school-based approach. Also, percentages of black teachers are still under the court-ordered 25%, while the other category sits at 18%, exceeding that court order, but nowhere near the long-term parity that we'd like to see across the district. Goal 3.2 talks to the need for the need of ongoing quality PD for transformational practices for our marginalized populations. For this, CLSP has found its way into all quality school plans as an explicit yearly arc of learning and goals and other PDs in the system. Our major issue moving forward in the district is pulling together a coaching and PD model that has better coordinated and collective impact so that key concepts like CLSP can be fed into all aspects and leveraged in our district in a more strategic way. 4.1 is focused on accountability for CLSP. For that, we have embedded CLSP in many places, including teacher and principal look-fors attached to evaluation indicators and our climate surveys moving forward. We will need to continue to support and push for these measures to be used with fidelity, although we have created them. Goals for 4.2 around vetting curriculum for bias and ensuring that they are rigorous and culturally affirming. We have adopted a protocol to examine curricular called the 7 Forms of Bias. There are also pockets of work that are happening around developing, adapting curriculum that are more rigorous and culturally affirming for students of color. But we need to get back on track in reviewing all of our centrally adopted curriculum for bias and making the current curriculum more culturally relevant. We are overdue with that. 4.3 contains goals strictly around social emotional development aligned to CLSP. There's a lot of programming as you can see in this area. But using the conceptual frame of CLSP, we need to pull together an implementation strategy to figure out where there are gaps in curriculum services, as well as scale and organize this portfolio so that all students, and especially those from historically marginalized backgrounds, have access to culturally affirming programming that has them examine and develop socio-political consciousness. Combined with 4.2 and 4.1, we need a more strategic implementation plan for PD, curriculum, and SEL in concert. Four 4.4 deals with how we are improving our data collection system and using that for the betterment of our historically marginalized populations. One goal that I will highlight out of this objective is our recent addition in collecting ethnicity and nationality markers, something that has been asked for many years by advocates, especially coming out of the Annenberg and CCE reports in 2014 and 15. This is the new form that is part of intake for students. at the welcome centers, where you can check your nationality or multiple nationalities if need be. And you can also write in if your nationality does not appear. Those were populated by the population within BPS. For now, this is optional, and we'll see how as we see how the general public responds to this new measure. Beyond that new set of data, we've started and will continue to create an early warning indicator platform with the goal to build out the system and its support in the upcoming goals of the policy. The goals of 4.5 focus on students with disabilities and English language learners specifically. The Office of English Learners has hit many of their goals, but are looking forward to now what bilingual education can look like post-Look Act passing. A major goal around special education that is coming up are goals around the Black and Latino males in sub-separate classrooms, and especially in emotional impairment classrooms. And their disproportionality. We will need a concerted effort as a district if we are able to hit the ambitious goals set for this area by 2020. The goals in 5.1 bring operations into the fold of equity. One major highlight is around food and nutrition and the increase in the amount of both fresh and culturally appropriate meals being served at our schools. A major area not discussed in our current goals, but will be a focus of the task force moving forward, will be the continuing Build BPS process. The main goal of 5.2 was getting a home-based equity analysis done, which we did. But future goals in this objective will need to determine the next steps, including what are the connections between the home-based system and Build BPS and the school quality framework work. The goals in 5.3 took an aggressive stance towards equity and resource distribution in BPS. This is where we have some pretty significant accomplishments over the last 2 years. I will highlight both the financial equity framework and the development of the Opportunity Index and its use in the Partnership Fund. This is the equity framework that Eleanor and the finance team developed with members of our task force and other stakeholders. I'm not going to go too far into this as Eleanor goes through this throughout the whole budget season, but it was to remind you guys that this was an offshoot of the OAG implementation plan. Same for the Opportunity Index, which is a tool that serves to more equitably distribute resources to schools. We've had updates on the Opportunity Index, so I'm not going to go deep into that. We've used that index more equitably to more equitably distribute partnership and discretionary funds this year and propose to do it for next year. We accomplished our goals in the area of funding that we set out 2 years ago, about a year and a half ago. Future goals will need to be created to continue to explore funding and resource allocation with the lens of equity. The goals of 5.4 speak to the need of rich and rigorous educational programming that prepares students to be college, career, and life ready, with special attention to the experiences of our marginalized population's needs. We have hit goals around reimagining summer school around the 5th quarter, implementing ELT, or extended learning time, and stabilizing universal pre-K. We need to continue to work towards high school and pre-K-12 coherence and alignment to make sure students have access to the curriculum and programming to truly be college, career, and life ready post-secondary, including further access to exam schools and EFA programming. The goals in 5.5 spoke to the need to be on the same page with the city around equity to better align strategies and resources. Over the past couple of years, we had some starts and stops, but with the mayor's new executive order around racial equity, I think it's a prime opportunity now to plug into that platform and inform some of the work that we, for our work to inform some of the work at the city, and also to plug into their platform. And finally, the last objective, looking at the ecological effects of students, families, and communities. The goals of 6.1 speak to the need of getting students involved in CLSP. Here we have been planning training modules with BSAC that will be implemented by students next year. A next step is to explore ways to use student voice and feedback at school levels, especially given our new measures in our climate survey and other surveys given by OHC to students. Goals in 6.2 involve parent involvement. Some successes have been CLSP and community forums such as Parent University, our Opportunity Achievement Gap speaker series. Goals that need special attention to get back on track are the accountability around school site councils and parent councils and having them be fully functioning bodies at every school. We need to continue to support the accountability for that. And finally, goal 6.3, centered on our community partners. Some of the achievements center on the opportunity portfolio and its inclusion of CLSP as a measure of quality of our partners. And some of the partner trainings that my staff has done with over 100 of our partners around CLSP. I think a key next step is to figure out how to support community-based nonprofits with less resources to complete the opportunity portfolio process. This is the summative breakdown to date of where we are. With 70% of our goals within the implementation plan being either fully achieved or on target, and 30% of the goals passed through or no progress, really only one goal with no progress. For a new plan without the benefit of understanding the bandwidth of the system or the resiliency of the system, I don't think that is all that bad. Once again, I won't be happy until we're driving towards 100%. But in reality, if we're being truly aggressive, I don't know if we ever can hit 100% with our goals. However, we can, and I think we must do better as a district to get towards it. Below are some next steps and key questions to improve our ability to both implement and ensure that we're getting closer to that 100% goal. In coordination with the OAG implementation plan, we've also completed a tracker to give real-time status of where our goals are. We are releasing this today, knowing that we still need to get some feedback from the task force. So changes still may come, but we feel like we wanted to drop this tracker with this presentation. Among other things, you will be able to see the status of goals by objective and also by department. The link to this implementation tracker will be on the OEG official website, which is at the top of this page here. Oops, didn't change. Which is www.bostonpublicsschools.org/domain/2218. So feel free, explore, have fun, look at the tracker, and see where we are at our specific goals. Final part of my part of the presentation is talking about the performance meter as our data dashboard asks for an objective 1 of the policy. The district's performance meter will have the functionality to disaggregate. This view right here is a high-level view. Pay no attention to the metrics as it's still under development, and will allow comparison of our subgroups in the different measures and categories. This is a shot of one of the metrics in detail, and again, you'll be able to toggle through all of our major subgroups to see their performance measures compared to others. The performance meter will be published before Dr. Granson's presentation on the 27th on the academic vision for asset. With that, I wanted to hand the mic over to Ayeli to come to the next steps of the OAG task force.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. First, I just want to acknowledge the enormous amount of work that Dr. Rose and his team have accomplished with the Opportunity and Achievement Gap work. So just we've all been just so impressed just to see the work to come together over these past few years. I also want to acknowledge the members of the task force who are here in the room. I know a lot of them had to leave early, so okay. But I do want to acknowledge that we did have some task force members here with us today. So as Colin stated, the task force was actually put together as a monitoring body to really be able to do some external oversight and advising and now monitoring of the work of the OAG department. And so we are a 19-member body that was appointed by the school committee, and it is comprised of teachers, principals, parents, community advocates, nonprofit leaders, funders, university faculty, and student reps from BSAC. So it is a very cross-cutting task force. And again, we have our co-chair, Ms. Jerry Robinson, who's also on the school committee, who's part of this body. And so I want to acknowledge the new task force members who have been officially voted onto the task force. So we have Reverend Willie Bodrick, as well as Dr. James Jennings, and Dr. Lisa Gonzalez, and Bodrick. I thought it was Bodrick. I was hearing Bodrick on the from the bench. So I apologize for that. But welcome to the task force. Excited to work with you. And as you can see from their backgrounds, they are going to bring a wealth of expertise to the task force itself and to the work that we're doing as we continue to monitor the progress of the district. The work that we've done has been divided up into a number of phases. So the first phase was in 2016 when we actually wrote the Opportunity and Achievement Gap Policy, and that was done with the task force members working very closely with Dr. Rose and his team in collaboration with our BPS department heads. And then in 2017, we oversaw the development of the implementation plan that was actually written by each of those department heads. And as Dr. Rose stated, that was a fairly rigorous process where each department head came to us, did their presentation. Sometimes, very often, we'd send them back to do another redraft and to bring it back after revisions were made. And then for this past year, for 2018, we really formed the task force into subgroups because we wanted to do some closer work with each department. And so there was one group that worked with the finance department on budget equity. We also had a group working on human capital, particularly focusing in on increasing teacher diversity. One group was looking at the opportunity gaps, particularly focused on exam school admissions policies, getting more students to actually take the test to get into exam schools, and looking at excellence for all. Another group looked at Build BPS, and then academics and data. So I just want to address some of the concerns and focus areas that the task force has really been focused on and really thinking about deeply. I think the first one is around reporting lines for Dr. Rose, looking at the organizational chart in BPS. Originally, when the task force formed, actually just from the very beginning, we wanted Dr. Rose's position to report directly to the superintendent. And at that time, it was our former superintendent, Dr. Tommy Chang. The thinking was, because this work is systemic in nature and touches all departments, that we wanted the superintendent and Dr. Rose to be working very directly and in lockstep. And so the task force still feels strongly that that should be the case. We are excited to hear that there has been a change and that now Dr. Rose will have a dotted line to Interim Superintendent Peril. So we're really pleased to see that progress. But we will be closely monitoring to see how well that is working. With this new structure, it's the policy implementation that will be done directly with our Interim Superintendent. So that dotted line is for the policy aspects of the work. But Dr. Rose also has a vast amount of programmatic work that needs to stay in the asset team. And so that's where that work will continue to reside. But I do want to just double click that knowing that despite the amazing work that's happening through the OG office, we still know, we've seen the Parthenon report as well as the recent report with the Boston Foundation. We have a lot of work to do as a district. That work is systemic in nature and cuts across all departments. And so we definitely think that that direct line to the superintendent's office is critical. The other priority areas are really looking at those departments who had weak implementation plans. And so when we were working with departments last year, we actually had a rating system similar to our MCAS system. So you could get proficient, needs improvement, or warning as a department. And we actually were pretty floored that at the time the APL department, the Academic and Professional Learning, was one of the weakest departments. And of course that's, in terms of their implementation plan and the goals that they set forth, there were also struggles and challenges in the plan we saw for SEL, social and emotional learning. So even though the implementation plan as a whole went through, we knew that there were certain departments that had more work to do. We now have new leadership with the APL department, which is great, and so, as well as SEL. No, not SEL. Some interim leadership with SEL. And then we have some departments that have new leadership, and so in some instances, the implementation plan goals need to be modified and adjusted, and so that will be some of the work that we're doing this year. We also will continue to give feedback to some of the existing plans that just wanted to make tweaks and adjustments in those plans. We're also going to be continuing to look closely at Build BPS, looking at the budget that is coming forward for FY20. Definitely focusing in on high schools. There's been a lot of a lot of recent attention coming to our high schools and the disparities between our various high schools, looking at who has access to which schools, looking at rigor and graduation requirements and so forth. And then the subcommittees that I mentioned in the prior slide will also continue. Just in closing, I want to just remind any of the viewers who might be watching and those who are in the room, if you're interested in participating in task force meetings and actually visiting those meetings are open to the public, and we've included the meeting dates here. We also are looking for a few additional task force members, and so as Chairman Lecanto stated, if you're interested in nominating someone or being considered for the task force, you can also reach out to either Chairman Lecanto or to Liz Sullivan, and we can get in touch with you from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shakur, and thank you to Mr. Miller and Dr. Rose as well for your presentation this evening. I do want to first go to Ms. Robinson as one of our fellow co-chairs of the task force for her added comments and questions before we move on to questions from members.
Yes, I too want to thank Dr. Rose and his office for the incredible work that they've done over the last couple of years. They have been doggedly moving forward and taking this work very seriously, and you can see by the enormous amount of work that they're really beginning to dig deeper into looking at all aspects of this work. And so I just commend you all, and I'm happy with the new additions to the task force that we also, in terms of our monitoring, et cetera, will have some more strength to work forward with this. So thank you very much for all of your work.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. I'll now open it up to members for questions and discussion. I'm going to start with Dr. Rivera.
Good evening. Thank you so much again for your work, your hard work, Dr. Rose, and other members of the task force. First, I just want to also commend you on the ethnicity and nationality questions. That's critically important. So thank you for being able to put that in and really go forward with collecting that specific subgroup data. It's so important. I did have a quick question, two questions. One about the teacher-student parity index. Was like slide 3.1. I just wanted, and I know that that looks like that's an example, but I'm just curious, where is the greatest gap? Like which student population has the greatest teacher-student parity index?
Across the district?
Well, so that wasn't clear too, because you're saying you're measuring it how closely the teachers in your school represent the student population, but that's not necessarily across the district?
Yeah, so school to school is going to look differently. Across the district, it's definitely our Latinx educators and students.
And the Asian educators too, or?
I think the difference between our Asian teachers and students is about 3% difference, but Latinx is fairly high. I don't want to. I think it's like over 25% difference.
Okay. And I also had a question about the opportunity index as well. I know that this is this the first year that this is being this was the first year that it was used to distribute the funding, the partnership and discretionary funding?
Yes.
And it will next year as well?
Yeah, it's proposed to go through next year.
Okay.
Yep.
So one of the things that I was at last week's meeting, I don't know if it was Mr. Locanto or if it was Ms. Oliver Davila had asked about how we're tracking where, say one school lost its partnership funding, or because from what I understand in my own research, a lot of Latino majority schools lost their partnership funding. And I'm wondering if you're really kind of looking at which schools were have been most impacted by a reduction in their funding or a complete lack of funding based on the Opportunity Index application. Are you tracking the individual schools and what populations there have been most impacted?
Yeah, there's data on every single individual school around who's getting both partnership dollars and discretionary funds. I will say this year, again, we increased our discretionary funds to schools to match almost one-to-one the partnership funds. The discretionary funds are distributed much more widely to all of our schools. I think there's over 100 schools that get those discretionary funds. But yeah, for any school, the partnership office has data around not only how much they got, but what partners they either lost or they gained. And in many ways, that office was able to help schools save partners that they really valued last year if they were missing out on some money. So again, I think it's a school-to-school basis that we can look at. But I don't know if you're looking for a report at some point or...
Yeah, I would really like to know how, because this is about promoting racial equity.
Yeah.
And my concern is that we may be reinforcing inequalities where we're taking from some groups and away from others, and just really wanting to understand deeply what is the makeup of the individual schools. I know that the Opportunity Index is based on following the individual student, but not looking at how some of our schools are highly segregated and how are they being impacted by the Opportunity Index formula for funding.
Yeah, I mean, the best answer, and then...
yeah. Dr. Rose, if you want to go ahead and clarify the Opportunity Index and that it is looking at concentration of need, and then I'll be happy to answer, or I'll just preface by saying that we do have that detailed data that Dr. Rose was mentioning. I just confirmed with Eleanor. We'll be happy to bring it to the next budget hearing briefing on the 7th and can share it then because it's relevant to the central office budget.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, the Opportunity Index is really looking at concentration of need, and, individual schools, we can look case by case, but when you look on the aggregate across our schools, Latinx students are, the proportion of Latinx students in the schools that are funded are above their population in the school district. Same thing with Black students. A little under for Asian and much under for white. So across in the aggregate, I think we can talk about specific schools, but when you look at the district and equity across the district, it is above the proportion of Latinx students and above the proportion of Black students within our district.
Yes, no, I understand that, but I think we also need to look individually at each school because, there's such diversity across the schools, and some schools are able to meet the gaps in their funding through friends of the school or the parent, council fundraising, and there's some real inequalities across our schools. And I think you've also looking at that, so that's also really great, looking at, again, which schools don't have really strong, parent councils or school site councils. As well, if we could get that data on English language learners, that would also be important.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rivera. And I should also note that for that March 7th budget hearing, we've asked the district to go a little bit deeper into the changes that it's made with respect to the formula for the Opportunity Index as it relates to English language learners and students of that hail from another country. That was an issue that was raised by your predecessor, Dr. Uriarte, as well as a number of other members last year when we took our first look at the Opportunity Index. And very much to the district's credit, it took that work on and really dug deep. And so we want to make sure that good work's been reinforced in you know, what outcomes we're looking forward to here.
Yeah, and in both pots of money, because again, the partnership dollars has a pretty steep cliff, and less than half of our schools get it, versus the other pot of money that is much more liberally given to all schools, and accounts for almost the same amount of money this year.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rose. Thank you, Dr. Rivera. Dr. Coleman.
Great, thank you. You know, very exciting work and a lot of it. So I want to go to just a question that one of the issues that I think we face as a district is getting a real sense of the community's assessment of the work that we're doing. So we see these reports. We get a sense of the scope of the work and the challenges of the work. And I'm wondering what feedback you're getting from the broader community about whether this is a focus that people think is the right one, or whether, or any plans to get a more beyond the school committee, beyond the dedicated few who will be here this late to get feedback on the work you're doing.
Yeah, I think part of so we had a series the last couple of years of engagements with the broader community, speaker series, where we brought you know, pretty famous people together to not only speak to equity, but also for us to be able to promote what we were doing around the policy and specifically around CLSP. And so we do have a pretty large listserv of individuals who I think are on the CLSP train. I think we're always thinking about new ways to engage the community around the work. I just added Leach Tabora on my team, who was an unbelievable addition coming over from City Hall, whose main focus is that, to make sure that we're not only informing the community around what we're doing, but actually getting authentic feedback of what they feel needs to happen in a concrete way around equity. And so hopefully we'll have even more kind of data around that. And depending on the different components of the policy, we have more data than others. You know, the engagement office does a lot of work around gathering community feedback. So their pieces have more than, say, you know, what you're looking at transportation's goals. So I think some of that's compartmentalized within the policy, but a general push for equity and understanding what we're doing, I think we're well on our way to kind of pushing that out to the community and getting some feedback.
Thank
Can
you.
I,
Yes.
maybe if I can just chime in. I would say that the feedback that I'm hearing from the community is that we have to push harder. The district has to do more. That we can't do incremental change and expect that we're going to have the shift that needs to take place to eradicate, you know, centuries of inequality in this nation, and then all of the inequities within this district. So I think we're doing amazing things with the department. I think, you know, Dr. Rose would love to see things move even faster. The public is weary of the lack of progress within the district. The data on student performance is not matching the effort that is going forth. And I think many of you I know out in the school committee, as well as our interim superintendent, are ready for some bolder moves. So I would say that's what the public is looking for, as well as what the community is looking for. It's time to get to breakthrough as opposed to the incremental change. And I want to acknowledge the members also. I left off that Ms. Oliver Davila, as well as Dr. Coleman, are also members of the task force, and we appreciate your contributions.
Thank you, Ms. Shakur. Would you mind actually just introducing anyone else that might be in the audience that's associated with the task force? I know we have lost a few folks tonight.
Oh, we've got Marinelle, who's back in the room for the task force. And then we have Mr. John Mudd, who is a member emeritus of the task force.
Barbara Fields is in the house.
Barbara Fields, who is a frequent contributor as well, who comes and attends.
And your newest member.
That's right.
And my newest member, Willie, Reverend Broderick, who we're excited to have joining us as well. Are we saying the name right? It's Broderick. Broderick. Okay, we've got it now for the record. Thank you.
I've used a long O. I'm sorry for that. Thank you. Thank you again, and thank you to Dr. Coleman for your questions. Mr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll try to keep my comments short tonight due to the lateness of the hour, and I've talked a lot already this evening, but this is such an unbelievably exciting presentation, right? What are we supposed to be doing as a school committee? Focusing on student achievement, and nothing cuts closer to the heart of that than this work. And so I have to, first of all, say thank you to the task force, the co-chairs, Ms. Robinson, Ms. Shakur, Reverend Acevedo, and, I'm sorry? Acevedo, yeah. And, you know, when you first presented, first of all, when we started talking about putting this together and asking you each to chair it, we didn't know what we were getting into. And I know how hard the co-chairs worked collectively to work with the rest of the committee who was so excited to do the rest of the task force who was so excited to do this work, but we're jumping into the implementation. And we worked really, really hard, or you worked really hard, the three of you, to focus on policy recommendations and say to the committee, say to the task force, trust us that the district is committed to this. Right? And that was some really hard conversations. And I remember this committee looked at 19 recommendations. I think you're tracking, Dr. Rose, 19 recommendations, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
And we said, holy cow, I mean, is this way too much? And should it be 3? Should it be 4? And yet, the task force was firm that these were the recommendations you wanted to make. And to look at effectively 2 years later, I think roughly 2 years later, right, Dr. Rose?
Yeah, just about.
And to say you are now 70% of the way on those 19 recommendations, that 24 are fully achieved and 54 are on target, so 70% of the way of fully achieved and on target. And to read through the detail on each one of these, on specific programs that you have put in place that are being done, you know, in different parts of the district, and more importantly to me, knowing how much so many parts of the senior team of the district have incorporated your work. And so you have taken a very small office and a very small budget, and you have embedded your work, you have evangelized enough, and I may be using that term improperly, and I don't mean it disrespectfully at all, but you have empowered so many other, and brought on board so many other department heads to take this work onto their own. And I love the fact, I was chuckling, Ms. Shakur, when you were sitting here and saying we use the MCATs and substantially needs to improve. You started rating all the departments on how serious they were on it. And so when we asked this task force to then move on to monitoring and monitoring the implementation and continue to look at how to fine-tune, the task force is doing what we've asked them to do. Dr. Rose, you are just, you know, I appreciate your conservatism in saying we have a lot more work to do, and yes, we do. But there are a few times we got to stop and say, you know what, we're doing some pretty amazing work here, and you, sir, have every right, and your team has every right to say that when you look at the work that is being accomplished to date and some of the accomplishments out of it. And I sit here and I think of Reverend Groover, the former chair of this committee, who can be considered the proud grandpa, I guess, of this, grandfather of this effort, because he continuously held this committee's feet to the fire in saying everything we should do should be about opportunity achievement gap. Every policy we look at, we should think in terms of it, and we need this task force to make this work happen. And to actually see this task force get put together, the policy come out, and now the district implementing it with fidelity. And yes, that is a reflection on you, Dr. Rose. It's also a reflection on Dr. Chang, and it's a reflection on you, Superintendent Perrell, in your willingness to take this work to task and continue to push it as well. And so, yes, we still have 31 goals past due and 1 goal no progress. And I know, Dr. Rose, that's probably keeping you awake at night, because I know the type of person that you are, because you want 100%. And I'm comfortable we will get there. But I just want to stop for a moment and thank the task force and you, Dr. Rose, and your team for the progress that you have made to date, because this is making a tangible difference for the students that have been so often overlooked by this district and this city. So thank you. That's I'm not going to ask any questions. I'm just going to say thank you and look forward to continue progress on this. And thank you for the re-upping of the commitment of the current task force members and the new folks that are going to join. And I am going to ask one question, Mr. Core, that I thought of. You encourage folks watching or folks listening, if they're interested in joining the task force, to contact you or the other co-chairs or the chair of the school committee. I will ask, are there any particular areas of expertise that you feel is lacking right now among the task force, or other types of voices you would like to see brought to the table? Because that helps all of us think in terms of, oh, I know someone that may fit that bill.
I think we were looking for, in particular, someone with more expertise with students with disabilities. I know that was one of the gap areas. We now have a lot of university representatives, which is great. ELL was also an area we were looking for some expertise. I think we have that now as well. So I think, I don't know if anyone wants to add anything. Jerry, do you see?
It was
are those the
special
ones?
needs.
Yeah, I think that's the big one.
Okay.
Oh, and someone with expertise in the teacher diversity. So I think when we do the subgroup breakouts, it's helpful for people to have some expertise that's specific to a department. So people with the human capital work that we're doing around increasing teacher diversity would be useful.
Great. And I did just want to address one point that Dr. Rivera brought up. And again, this is almost a thanks back to you, Dr. Rose, and to your colleagues, including Ms. Lawrence, who worked on the Opportunity Index. It was a concern of myself and other committee members last year that it was underreporting, particularly newly arrived immigrant populations. And that was a concern we expressed last year, but we all voted to have it implemented, but ask the district to consider that and think about adjustments to be made. So in the last budget presentation, or earlier in the budget presentation, Dr. Rose pointed out how they have adjusted it to this year to try to incorporate a better, particularly, because we were noticing particularly schools in East Boston, and we were saying, why does this seem to be losing funds? So I think they have adjusted it this year, but thank you for pointing that out. And that, to me, is an example of Dr. Rose listening to us and looking to keep fine-tuning and adjust.
Yes, that adjustment was made, and we are planning on bringing back at the March 7th budget hearing, where we'll also bring you the list. We will go back into the Opportunity Index for some who did not hear about those modifications, but that is one of them. I also just want to take a moment both to thank Dr. Rose, Harold Miller, the co-chairs of the task force, and the entire Opportunity Gap team, but I also want to include in that our CAO, Dr. Charles Granson, who works closely with the Opportunity Gaps office. And I also want to point out that as a relatively new observer and participant in some of this work on the inside, I have been impressed both with the progress but also the deep ownership and collaboration with multiple offices that they are leading. So the Opportunity Index was a labor of love and collaboration between the Finance Office, the Partnerships Office, the Opportunity Gaps Office, and several other folks who threw themselves in. So much of the equity analysis work covers everything from our Office of Data and Assessment, the research team, to our Chief Engagement Officer, and a leader around assignment and welcome services, Monica Roberts, as well as Opportunity Gaps. And that, to me, is the mark of a district that is actually beginning to own and implement a policy, which is that it does not live solely in an office of advocacy, but is finding its way into what I'd call the plumbing of a large system, so that it is really embedded in the way more and more departments are doing that work. And that, I think, is a mark of real success, just as we ultimately have to hold ourselves accountable to the impact and the outcomes that it generates for our students, at least as a process indicator. I've been impressed by how deeply it is embedded. So I wanted to reflect that back to the school committee and really to salute many, many leaders in this district who have embraced and owned the work, even though we know there is more to do. Really good evidence of integration and ownership.
Thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try to be very quick. I will not ask questions. I will instead pose them as suggestions for the future. Since my daughter just texted me, she should be asleep, but she asked me to come home soon. So I am going to wrap this up. I want to say thank you also to the team, to Dr. Rose. I don't know when you sleep, and to the chairs. I'm having flashbacks of the early days. Who would know that we'd be here today, and it would be so organized, and I love the tracking and everything. It's fantastic. So great job, co-chairs and everybody, and Dr. Rose and your team. And I definitely ditto, the tracking of the nationality, even though I didn't see Argentinian, which Michael O'Neill and I both agreed should be on there.
You can write it in.
And also thank you for the diversity targets. I think that's really critical. I would add as a suggestion that one of the trackers should be also central office staff diversity, which this is very school-based, but I would like to see the numbers on the
that's the next goal.
Excellent, good. And I loved the framing of everybody owns the equity, just like everybody should own family engagement. So thank you for that. My other suggestions are just in the future when you come back to present, and I know this is the next part of the work, is there's a lot of conversation about CLSP and the Essentials for Equity and PD. I really want to know how it's translated and how is it implemented in the classroom, and then how are we evaluating that. So I love the story that you told, but obviously that's just one story, and like, how are we evaluating, how are we tracking? When I talk to young people, that's not what I'm hearing. I'm sure it is happening in certain places, but I'd love to hear more about that. And then these are just some suggestions, but in terms of the parent side councils for future work, if we could also look at the representation and how do we work with headmasters to make sure that that the parent side council is representative of the student body. And if you could also on that slide, the 6.2, it just said parents. If you could also say parents and families, because we know that there are grandparents as well as other caretakers, just to be more inclusive. And in the partnership dollars for the future, I would also like to understand who the partners are and how do we make sure that the partnerships are also a match culturally and linguistically, and that is translated. So it's not just here internally, but if we're going to be using dollars, those should be done in a way that is just going to support the work that we're already trying to do here. And the early warning system indicators, I'm just hoping that that's a larger conversation of working with external partners. So there's just a lot of lost resources and time. You can use the early warning indicators, but there's a lot of lost time if a student drops out. So how do we have a triangle where we're also working with partners so there's like a handoff? So not every young person wants to go to college, that's okay. If there's an employment program or something. So I'm just as a way to think about, the future of addressing that. And if you could also separate out for the future the 18% piece so we can understand what that other means, because I'd like to really know what that number is, because I know it's not 18% Latino for sure, and I'd really want to know that. And then lastly, I just want to say that I don't understand what the dotted line means for your position, but I, again, since we started this, I strongly encourage that this position be elevated. If we put this in the superintendent job description that we wanted to eliminate gaps, and we said that we want to be the first one in the country. So if we're really going to take this work seriously, and I understand that there's program stuff, but given that the policy role that you're playing, that could be like another person. So I just really encourage that, because I think once we have that position elevated, it's a different way of looking at it internally from the district, and the fact that I think that demonstrates that we're just taking it more seriously, but I could be mistaken. The dotted line could mean that, so I don't really know.
So I can speak to that because this is my recommendation. So currently, the Opportunity Gaps Office reports is a part of Asset. Dr. Rose is an assistant superintendent leading a department within the Asset department that reports to Dr. Granson. It does have both capacity building responsibilities, so the work that they do with other departments, and then significant programmatic responsibility, and then it has responsibility for the policy implementation. It is a fairly large department as well. So the recommendation and request that it report directly to the superintendent, I would agree, is entirely appropriate around policy implementation. But for the full department itself is a level of direct reporting that would be a significant office to first remove from Asset, which is it is embedded in Asset, but also just the volume of that direct service report is not normally the kind of office that would report directly to the superintendent. So my recommendation and proposal is that for the purpose of policy implementation, that Dr. Rose will be reporting directly to me on the status of policy implementation. I've asked for and requested a monthly check-in meeting with the team and or with Dr. Rose, but that the overall department would remain with Dr. Granson. He would certainly join us in those conversations, but we will be able to put the weight of the superintendent's office behind the policy implementation while leaving the programmatic work, I think, appropriately embedded and aligned where it is. I will also point out that a relatively new development, although a very good one, is that both our director of our assistant superintendent overseeing the equity office, as well as Dr. Rose, pull into the executive cabinet meetings whenever we are discussing particular topics of that nature. So that is the proposal, or that's what I have suggested as a balance between direct supervision, but putting the weight of the superintendent's office behind the policy part of the implementation.
Yeah, well, thank you for that explanation. I think that we can be creative with this position, and I do have concerns, which I've said for the past 3 years that I've been on this committee, that position can still work with Asset, and maybe it's not the whole department, but those conversations when you're talking about executive cabinet should be happening with the head of OAG. So I will say that, I think, till the day I'm not a school committee member anymore. But thank you for your explanation. But I still strongly encourage that is the way to go.
Well, thank you, Ms. Oliver Davila, and I won't go on long, as so much of what my colleagues have noted tonight reflects my thinking here as well. And I think the best way that we can summarize this presentation is, this is nation-leading work, and it's the work that has been the envy and the curiosity for a number of our sister school districts all across the country. Taking a look at how we've approached this work in a critical fashion and unpacked what these gaps are in a data-driven way. And so, the work there, and, to the superintendent's note, it's led by this office, but it's the work of all. And I think that's largely reflected in the fact that we have a 70% completion rate here, only a few years in to this work. Now, we've gone to 70% on our goals. What we still have remaining very much are those gaps, and so closing those gaps is the true measure of when we close this work. But I think one of the important questions that you ask in your presentation, Dr. Rose, and I think this is reflected in the work of the task force, is how do we get there? How do we continue to ensure that the work of the Opportunity Achievement Gap Office and the work of the policy remains at the forefront. And I think that's all of our jobs. It's incumbent upon us, no matter what how the membership changes over time on the school committee, to hold the district accountable and to ensure that closing opportunity achievement gaps are at the forefront. As my colleague Ms. Davila noted, that's listed in the job description, and for the new superintendent, it's been elevated at our urging, the position by the superintendent in the reporting structure of the district, and the work that the task force does, and the work that we have asked the task force to undertake will continue to make sure that this work endures over time. So I think, all I can say is that what hasn't been said, which is, let's keep this good work going. Let's continue to hold ourselves accountable. We look forward to, I always look forward to these presentations, because we talk about all of the different achievements that have happened under the leadership of the Office of Opportunity Achievement Gaps. And I can't wait to see what's next and how we continue to move the dial here and close gaps for all of our students. So with that, I'll thank you once again for your presentation. We'll look forward again as well, Ms. Shakur, to continuing to add additional members, and we will work specifically with respect to members, potential members that might have a experience in special education, and we'll look forward to taking action as a body on that at a future meeting. Thank you again, Mr. Miller. Thank you, Dr. Rose.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to our final and very brief report this evening, which is a nomination of our fellow committee member, Dr. Lorna Rivera, to serve as the co-chair of the English Language Learners Task Force. This will be the world's fastest report. We are going to vote at the next meeting, so it's not official yet, but in any case, well, hey, I guess we can always, work on the fly. But nevertheless, Dr. Rivera has very graciously stepped forward to fill the shoes of Dr. Uriarte as the school committee's designee as co-chair on the ELL task force. And for folks that aren't familiar, the ELL task force has been in existence for nearly a decade as part of a plan to develop a plan of action to serve and support our district's increasing multicultural and multilingual student population. And the task force has been in existence since 2011, serving as a monitoring body in that respect. As I mentioned, I want to nominate Dr. Rivera. We will take action at the next meeting. As you all probably recall, we read her resume very recently when she was appointed to this body only last month. But Dr. Rivera's deep work with this district and her work through the Gaston Institute at UMass Boston, her role as a parent in the district, all indicate that she's the right person for this job. And certainly her work with the Latinx Student Success Initiative, a partnership with Bunker Hill Community College to improve retention and graduation rates for our Latinx college students, can only help aid in your knowledge of the issues and support of the important and critical work that the task force undertakes. So I will look forward to our body taking action on this at our next meeting. I will open it up briefly for comments, and certainly Dr. Rivera, if you would like to add any words at this time, you're certainly welcome to do so, but we all would appreciate if
no, it's just a great honor. Thank you for considering me.
Not the right
and yeah, thank you. I'm looking forward to working on the English Language Learners Task Force.
Well, thank you, Dr. Rivera. Anything else from the committee? Well, thank you. We'll take this vote up on March 20th, and thank you for stepping forward once again. We will move on now to public comment on reports. Ms. Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. LeConto. We have no speakers signed up for public comment on report.
Well, thank you, Ms. Sullivan. New business.
Nope, they signed it.
Folks, we had our sign-up close at 6:30 this evening. That's been a consistent practice of the committee.
I'm sorry. 3 minutes. When we
Well, folks, I'm sorry. We can, I'm sorry. Who wants to speak tonight? All right, so now I see 3 people here, okay. As a reminder, we will do a brief public comment period tonight on reports. We do take sign-ups for public comment and public comment on reports at the beginning of the meeting, and that period closes at 6:30. So let's please keep with that practice going forward. Mr. Mudd, Ms. Wiesenberg, Ms. Reyes. We'll take it in that order.
I'm sorry, the John Mudd, emeritus on lots of courses. I want to also thank Colin Rose and his team for doing some really foundational work on getting the system in a position to move, I think, over the long term toward the goals we all share. But I also want to believe that he needs not just a pat on the back for this work, but he needs all of us behind him to enable him to push forward and get those 31 goals that where they're overdue or no progress, and I hope that that dotted line, Superintendent, will help him move in that direction. I also want to raise some what to me are sobering issues. I was at the Boston Foundation yesterday morning and got a report which I hope all of you will have a chance to look at. It's in some ways sort of depressingly familiar, but it's the reality. And this reality is, according to their data, that the testing performance of the students in Boston has plateaued over the last 5 years, that achievement gaps, in fact, are increasing, and according to the measure, if you trust it, of whatever it's called, the student growth percentile, that gap will increase even further into the future. On another issue, we also know that there's been a lot of creative programs on improving racial diversity in the schools and in training teachers, but we know that that needle has not moved, that we are still less than 25% black, that we are far from achieving any kind of parity on Latino teachers. That's still 10 or 11%, my memory is. So that we have, in my view, need to have a sense of urgency on how we help Colin and others in the system, because it is a system-wide program, move ahead dramatically. I think I was fascinated to see, you know, his talk about the what is it called, the teacher parity index or something like that. I would suggest that in my work with the ELL task force, we not only have a racial gap analysis, but also a language gap analysis. What languages are our students speaking? What do we need to know in order to be able to communicate with them? I can tell you from the data we've seen on the SEI, on the task force, we don't have matches between the languages of students in single language SEI classes and the teachers in those classes. Nor do we have, for the students with disabilities, the same thing. I would encourage you to have programs to evaluate how we are moving those most marginalized groups to improve faster than white students and regular students. And
thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mudd.
you very much for indulging me now.
Thank you. I want you to all know I am not a real estate lawyer, but I now read the real estate pages with an eagle eye. I am surprised and that earlier this committee talked about surplusing land attached to the McCormick School but retaining a 99-year ownership of that land. It would be leased with a 99-year lease. That seems to be what the city is doing over now in South Boston. So I'm perplexed, and I think it would behoove you to get a legal opinion and have people from the Department of Neighborhood Development, or DND, over here to explain the different ways for acquiring property and disposing of property in the city's portfolio, so to speak. I think you have other things that we need to hear comprehensively about. The Quincy School supposedly is in the pipeline, but we don't know about a site. We hear they're negotiating. So I applaud those members who want to know, are we going to have a trade here or not? I remind this committee, some of you weren't here in 2010 when the former superintendent wanted to close and sell off Hyde Park High and got caught because the MSBA wrote a letter, we're going to recap the money that we've given you. So how much money have we gotten from the MSBA for West Roxbury Complex, for Hyde Park Complex, if we're closing these or taking them out of service as educational properties? How much do we have to pay back to MSBA? It might also jeopardize finding another site in Hyde Park. You heard from Mr. Consalvo, and your materials say,
20
oh,
seconds.
well, we need another site in Hyde Park. Well, the MSBA can say, that's fine, but since you dumped other properties that we invested in, don't count on us. We're not paying for that. And so that's going to have to come out of other funds. So I really think you owe it, not just to yourselves, but to the public, to be more transparent and have a comprehensive discussion with experts here. And
Thank you, Ms. Wiesenberg. Ms. Reyes.
Thank you for my 3 minutes. I appreciate you all staying late. I also wanted to provide testimony about the Rogers. I'm a homeowner and landlord in Dorchester, and I'm deeply troubled to the consideration of this committee to surplus that to the city. Personally, I'm going through a process of working to address a city development next to my house in Dorchester. I had to go to the zoning board to discover that the city gifts public lots to developers for a standard of $100 per parcel if there is affordable housing options. The reason this is wrong, because the city uses standards of AMI, average median income, ranging from 30% to 100%. According to the BPDA, 30% AMI ranges from $22K to $37K a year of income. For 90% AMI, the standard incomes are $60 to $100K. As I fought for the parcel next to my house to be 30%, I was met with a great deal of pushback from the city and from the developer. I even reached out to the Community Preservation Act, which will make up budget shortfalls to developers to create the 30% AMI, and also receive pushback from the developer, which would cost them nothing. Contributing to the exacerbated rates of gentrification is what the Rogers surplus will do, essentially making Hyde Park less affordable to those families that are there. The entire rebuild of West Roxbury was an estimated $100 million, whereas the rebuild of the Rogers is an estimated $80 million. Finding space for West Roxbury students in the city was not an option or was deeply considered. When Michael O'Neill, thank you for bringing this up, talked about a play, the play should have been to support the healthiest development of our children at the West Roxbury Educational Complex. It is moments like this where that play could have been brought in December for those children, and we could have found city property for them, but instead we waited until February to be proposed with this Rogers development.
that play could have been made for those children to find alternative space in the city for them to move and transition healthy-wise. But instead, we have a proposal to close the Rogers, to surplus it back to the city in exchange for a play in the future. So I just want to say that, you know, you guys closed 2 schools. There was city property that could have been found. There was city space that could have been found. And here we are sitting with the Rogers being surplus back to the city. So I just want to say that I hope that in the future, when you guys are thinking about these school closures and thinking about space possibilities, that you're also thinking about really healthy transitions for children as a priority and not 2 months later. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes. Ms. Sullivan?
Mr. LaConto, that concludes our speakers this evening.
Thank you. New business? Well, that concludes our business for this evening. We have a number of upcoming meetings on our schedule. School committee will host its second FY20 budget hearing on Thursday, March 7th at 6 p.m. at the Josiah Quincy Elementary School in Chinatown, followed by the final budget hearing, which will take place on Wednesday, March 20th at 5 p.m. here in the Bowling Building, and which will be immediately followed by our next regularly scheduled school committee meeting at 6 p.m. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. There's a second, and unanimous consent. And good night. Thank you all.
Feel better.